Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Simracersworld TV and welcome back to the Virtual Belcar eSeries. My name is Chaz Draycott, once again in the box for you on this Sunday afternoon. And joining me, I'm very grateful to say once again, it's the fantastic Hasse Rømer. How are we doing, Hasse?
I'm very good, Chaz. I am very excited to see just how they're going to get along here. I'm expecting it to be a little bit more spicy, traffic-wise. And that says a lot because we had quite a spicy race a week ago at Spa. So let's see how four classes get along once together at track here at Zolder.
Yes, as you say, it's a bit of a change of scenery despite remaining in the same country as Spa-Francorchamps last week. It is definitely going to be a real change of scenery for these guys. A bit more sort of a tight and twisty circuit. Really, really harsh curbs that they want to try and avoid. And I tell you what, we're going to see some very, very daring drivers around this one. We'll take you all through the classes as we once again have. Don't forget, this is the Champion Lubricants 3 Hours of Zolder. We saw a beautiful intro video from them. They're very dramatic. And wow, we've already got cars spinning around all over the place here. Here is your race winner from the last round for Simtag Racing, Fabrice Cornelis. And to be honest, Hasse, they really caught us off guard, didn't they, last time with that win? Because all of a sudden, after a couple of issues earlier on, they just managed to be at the front until the end, and we really, even they don't really know how they did it. They came
from out the blue, it seems, after, as you said, Chaz, early troubles for them, and we didn't really expect them to be able to be in for such a comeback, but it seems that everything really fell into place strategy-wise as well here as Fabrice picks up. Oh, and there's an Audi who goes flying Dukes of Hazzard style. the small chicane, the kleine chicane as it's called. Zolder, who is in the Flemish part of Belgium. We were in the Wallonian region of Belgium last week, so here we are in the Dutch, or shall I say, actually, it could say Dutch, but it is Flemish-speaking region, of course. But just to return on Simtag Racing and the Radicals there last week, I was fully not expecting them hardly even to get back on the podium after that amount of time lost they had. But just shows you that anything can happen in motor racing, and it usually does.
Yeah, definitely. It's caught us off guard. The guys are just in qualifying at the moment, by the way, everybody. You can see the gaps on the left-hand side. What I'll do for you as well is I'll actually, for now, I will give you them by class, so you can see everybody's class times on the left. These are the Radicals at the moment. We've got the Simtag Racing car at the front. Lucas Dolzer in second for SimRC Club Sport. Now, SimRC were leading a lot of the last one. Just in front, you can see there, though, probably our favourite car on track, actually, isn't it, Hasse? The Stasis car of Erin Baba, who didn't have a very good time last time out. Quite a lot of damage, but we're hoping that the Chrome Rainbow machine can do a good job this time out. Oh, apologies to everyone. There was a bit of a blip there in the tech, so we are back and it's all running smoothly. Sorry about that then. The Erin Baba machine of Stasis on your screen right now. And to be honest with you, Hasse, in terms of the Porsches, Boudewijn Kuster, who won the Porsche class at Le Mans, well, these EMG cars were very, very untouchable. And again, they're top of qualifying here as well. So this again, it's looking like it's going to be a straightforward race for them, but traffic may be more of an issue this time, mightn't it?
I think nothing's going to be straightforward for anyone here this afternoon and evening. We are in for a hectic 3 hours of action here at Zolder. I think traffic's going to make it difficult. It's not even going to be enough, and I think the drivers are really going to be having to rely on one another for that just a little bit of deeper understanding, just leaving an extra bit of room here and there, and not letting the ego rule too much if they want to stay alive for the entirety of the race.
Yeah, definitely. And someone who made himself a little bit infamous at the 3 Hours of Spa is Jeroen Vatlet. And Jeroen was deemed as responsible for the start accident at Spa, which saw a lot of cars get taken out. He got quite a run at the start of the race. He held back, or as he does, like you said before, Dukes of Hazzard jump over there. He held back, went round the outside, and then came across one of the cars in front down the straight towards Eau Rouge, and it caused a humongous accident. But at the moment, he's making up for that, and he's currently fastest for Scuderia Sim Racing in their very, very pretty Porsche. I am going to just also refresh the liveries, by the way, guys, so everything will just go white for a moment. There you go. You will have a lot of white cars on screen, so do just bear with me while everything does refresh, because the liveries were sent to me not too long ago, and I wanted to make sure they're all correct. And of course, don't forget, we have TCR cars again. So this, well, it's a bit of a different looking G-Drive Exemia car this time around for Bram van Putten, but it's a really pretty one, isn't it?
It hasn't gotten any worse at all. I liked them when they were just black and orange. I think this... that's... How can I say it? I'm looking for words. I'm searching for them. The perfect shade of blue. I don't know. It's very pretty indeed. It's with the spec map, the kind of chrome effect that it has to the paint on that blue part. That is a stunner indeed.
I think we're looking at different paints here, mate. I've got it as orange and white on my screen, so we've managed to sort that out. But I may have an issue with the paint pack. We'll have to see further down the line. We've got there. That is, I believe it's not Yannick Lemons. It's his teammate just going past there. Is it? It's not Cedric Bolin or Steph Del News. It was Robbie Janssens just going through. Now, he had his teammate Yannick Lemons out in qualifying earlier, and he was flying around. Nice bit of chrome up the side of that car. And we'll go on board just so you can see the pace of these radicals. It's something that that we're going to be mentioning all night. Apparently, it's a work in progress car, the new G-Drive car, the white and orange one. So it's probably going to develop over the course of the season. Look at how front end happy these radicals are. They just turn in so well. There's a car off to the left, there's a car off in front, that's one of the Porsches. There's another G-Drive car there. Big curb on the inside here that you want to avoid. There's a metallic silver TCR car. Someone has got their metallic effect absolutely bang on there. We're going to go and have a look at some TCR cars to figure out who that was. I believe I got it in one. It's Stefan Kalbrecht in the BMS Motorsport car. Now that is a pretty madam, isn't it?
Tis indeed, Chaz. It really is. And Stefan also had a very unlucky, dare I say, start to the race last week at Spa, so he'll be hoping for better fortunes here tonight.
Yeah, they've just got to have their wits about them when it comes to being lapped or even lapping people, you know, if there's someone with issues with damage or whatever they may come across. We currently have over 125 viewers at the moment. Thank you everybody that is tuning in so far. We're very grateful for you coming in and saying hi. And I say that and try and keep it all professional while I click on the wrong window. Go Chaz. Here's Niles Testers at the moment in the 111 car. Apparently Stage 1 Racing Mazda Cup, but it's clearly not a Mazda, is it? It's if it is, then it's a fast one, I'll tell you that. But that was the team name we got given. Here's the Dynamics Belcar green machine. Stephen DeWolf at the wheel of that car at the moment in 9th place in their class. Tim Clayson's is second for Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot. And to be honest, Hasse, from when we've seen these Torque Freak racing cars, they have been absolutely on the pace, haven't they? They've really shown us how it's all done.
Yeah, they were very much along the lines of the 911 Cup winners as well last week. They kind of just flew under the radar for the entirety of the race. And I mean that in a good way, because when you're able to just put in your laps, be consistent, deal with traffic in a safe and smooth way, and then pick off the win at the end of it without really attracting too much attention, that usually, in terms of endurance racing, that means you've done a very good job indeed. So hats off. And I'll be expecting the same from Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot. I think we shall not leave that last bit of the team name out there.
Very true. We've got Bart de Vos at the moment in one of my favourite liveries from last time as well, the Allied Racing Esports Belgium car. Gorgeous livery on that thing. Really, really nice combination of colours. It's got the Sky Limit Events branding down the side of it and some very, very pretty shapes. Here's Ayrton Redant, who made himself very known in the last one, and I tell you what, he's got a gorgeous livery on the car this time. Not sure if it just didn't load last time. Plenty of matte effect on that, some chrome bits up the side of it as well. That's absolutely stunning, that one. Really, really do like that. Different to what we saw last time. We do have a live timing link, everybody, and I tell you what, this is my first Belcar broadcast on my new triple monitors. So I tell you what, I can actually copy and paste the link this time rather than having to type it out manually. So there you go, everyone in the YouTube chat. Beautiful. You get to see it as much as we do. Just a little hint as well to anybody that does use the live timing link that we've just posted there. The car that goes green is the one that we're looking at, and any of the gaps and intervals are from that car. So if there's someone ahead, then basically it will apply the gap forwards. It's not actually the gap from the leader downwards all the time. So just bear in mind it's whoever we're looking at. Justin Nair is ahead here in the Stage 1 racing machine in 8th position. And Justin, I believe, is racing in another series that I broadcast as well, actually, which is a NASCAR format series, so very, very different to this, but he's jumped in the Porsche, and I tell you what, I mean, Jack Werrell especially, our co-commentator, but we all love a Porsche noise, so we'll jump on board for a lap and just see how it is to get the Porsche Cup car around here. And it's not the most predictable of cars to drive, is it, Hasse? It's not agile in terms of turning. You have to be very patient with it, as we can see here.
You can't get it to turn in, but you really need assistance from wherever you can find it. And that means being very, very balanced, both on the braking and on the throttle, because you basically need the brakes to get the car to rotate. And often you need the throttle to take over the helping hand part of the job as you're exiting a corner. However, it is also one of the most rewarding cars I have tried driving in iRacing so far, and glorious scream on that flat 6 engine. It's not an RSR, but I feel like this sounds better. Or is it just me? Am I gonna be chased with forks and?
Well, I'll join you, mate. I'll run away from the torch and pitchforks as well, because I agree. I won't lie, I mean, we all do love the noise of the RSR. It's famous in the motorsport world now as one of the most intense sounding cars ever, just because of how damn loud the thing is. But in my opinion, when you're driving it, I find it gets a bit overwhelming, and it gets almost irritating sometimes how loud it can be. But these Cup cars really do, they maintain the classic Porsche noise. They don't overdo it. They just get it right, and you've got, obviously, we'll go back on board, you've got that straight cut gearbox whine as well that goes with it through all the gears, and it's such a high-pitched one as well. It's such a metallic sound. It's just beautiful. And these guys, well, I'm quite jealous that they get to listen to it for the 3 hours straight, and obviously, well, 4 hours straight, considering qualifying as well. Don't forget, everybody, the strips on the left-hand side that you will see in just a moment when Chaz figures out what he's doing with the overlay are the little strips, basically the coloured strips on the left hand side next to the drivers' names. They are what class that car is in. So you can see the classes at the top, they correspond with that. I'll keep the classes up there for you as well. And Belgian Mustang and Cougar Club says, "Hey Chaz, how are you? I'm very good, thank you." Team Crowls, yes, Track Velocity Racing, let me find them for you. Brian is actually in the car at the moment as well. And here it is, the Track Velocity Racing machine. Brian also racing in another series that I broadcast on, which is also NASCAR's. He's a very, very popular guy, is Brian. Him and the Track Velocity team have a lot of following. I believe they actually won the, I think it was called the Zolder Touring Trophy. I can't quite remember the name of it. I've seen a couple of events go on recently for it. But yeah, they won it, and now they have an entrance to this series. So it's going to be very focusing for them, but it's going to be great to see what they can do, isn't it, Hasse?
Yeah, it is. It is, and such an amount of talent on display yet again. It's I think it's hard to even pick between the teams coming into it. I think we're gonna need a bit of an overview of let's say the luck on the day for the team before we make any predictions, because I'm afraid if we make predictions already here at this point. Still 8 minutes till the end of the qualifying session, we are going to be looking at some predictions that end up being wrong.
Oh, definitely. These guys can always catch us off guard. We think we know best as commentators watching this and going, oh, I know exactly what he's going to do here. He's going to try and do this and that. And we just get proven wrong so much, honestly. I couldn't tell you how often that happens as a commentator. So if we do get it wrong, then feel free to laugh at us in the chat, everybody. You are more than welcome to do so. A name amongst Simracersworld fans and competitors that everybody will know is Matthias de Tige. Matthias is in the Pro-Assist sim racing car at the moment. Glenn Van Perrie has just commented in the YouTube saying, show some love for the 23. I'm gutted to be stuck behind the books right now. Back in the car for the next one. Good luck and have fun, guys. Thank you very much, Glenn. I hope the guys do well. And to have Matthias de Tiege in the car must install quite a lot of confidence, because Matthias is a very, very talented sim racer. So he's currently got the car 4th at the moment in his class with about 7 minutes left to go. It's going to be a strong performance from him no matter what. I mean, Matthias is always exciting to watch in every series I've seen him racing. So again, that car was another one that had a bit of tough luck last week, really. Do you think they might be able to turn it around here? I mean, it might be hard to tell at this point, mightn't it?
4th on the grid at this point certainly shows they have the pace, so they can get. I think that will go for any of the teams here. It's all about getting a safe start and maybe not losing too many track positions. But you're not going to win it, and that's of course a very old saying when it comes to endurance racing, but you're certainly not going to win this race on the first lap. You can very much lose indeed. So of course we do have a fast repair for the teams to utilize if they have any type of incident that causes any damage to the car. But it's still a big time loss coming in, coming out, especially if you have to have a tow to get in there. So I think the opening 10-15 minutes could prove more decisive than you'd expect, and also more decisive than we saw last week, for instance, at Spa.
Yeah, definitely. We saw obviously a big sort of ongoing issue for some of these cars after the damage that they received. So whether that continues this time around, we'll have to see. We do have the class positions are on the live timing, actually, Belgian Red Eagle. Well, they should be. If they're not, then there's not really anything I can do about that, mate. The link only sometimes shows only the information, I'm afraid. They should be showing up, though, in their respective colours. But if they're not, then I think that might be something that we can only control broadcast side. So sorry about that, buddy, but we can only have the info that we have on that. We don't get as much chance to change it. Looking at Oliver Verbelen at the moment, or Verbelen, the spec map's gone already on this one, Hasse. Sometimes it goes on and off. We've noticed this in team events, where one guy gets in and the spec map will change, and then sometimes it changes back. So hopefully we see more of the chrome as the race goes on.
Yeah, it's certainly a heartwarming car this to look at. We discussed it in depth and for a long time, and we moaned the issues they had. They were one of the first cars to really get hit with the hammer, big time. And I'm afraid also having suffered a bit of a biff to the left-hand side of the front of the car there here in qualifying. Mind you, nevertheless, still in second is Verbelen. So, as there is a 911 Cup car, I think, in the wall up ahead, and a TCR spun.
Yeah, that was we saw them have issues last time. That was the Pro Oils car, one of our favourite liveries with the Belgian tricolour down the side. And that's Gus Gunther, who, if you'll remember rightly, if you were watching the Spa broadcast, by the way, everybody, he got sent to the moon before SpaceX did. He got there, actually. I heard rumours that he actually high-fived some of the guys in the space station and sort of waved at SpaceX on the way back down, because it got absolutely launched. But yeah, he's back on Earth, and to be fair, he's had a busy schedule since going into re-entry, but he's doing all right as Gus Gunther at the moment. 41st overall. I'm going to stop milking that joke now. 10th in class, and Bram van Putten, actually, mentioning the G-Drive car not too long ago, he's actually quicker than one of the Porsches at the moment, which is something that we spoke about here last time. You know, that it's not a track where the Porsches can use their power advantage to their advantage, if that makes sense.
It really does. The Audis do seem to be more stable in the corners, especially the faster corners. They're well able to keep up through the twisty bits, but do lose out on straight line speed. One thing I really like about Zolder is that it's one of the few racetracks that seems to be like very old school, and still is very old school, in the same kind of way that Brands Hatch is also very old school, and it's a bit of a different. It's a little bit more raw and unfiltered. If it was a coffee, it would be the blackest black coffee. Still have a bit of snaz in it, you know. And, you know, I really like this racetrack here. Bram van Putten a little too fast into the first of 3 chicanes here.
Oh, he's backed off a little bit there, actually, now, hasn't he? Now you've said that, I think you might have scared him. Honestly, I believe genuinely, everybody, that Hasse has a very unhealthy relationship with coffee. He loves coffee more than anyone I've ever known in my life. Every time... Oh, as Bram launches it sideways there. Every time I speak to Hasse, one of the first words he says is, "I need a coffee." And I'm not joking, am I, mate? You genuinely do.
Yeah, I do. I live and thrive by the coffee. If I can't have it, I can't function. I can't work. Can't do much there. So, just to say that after having gotten work, daily routine, daily work, a job, you could also call it, as a teacher, to say I don't drink less coffee there than I did before, so it certainly hasn't helped at all. That's spinning GT4. I didn't get to see who that was.
I think no, it wasn't Van Opstel. He's just come into the pits and he's going back out. Trying to see who it was. It was one of the red cars. I missed who that was. You know, the Flemish SimSports cars out there. Don't nobody tell Jack Werrell. It's got the spec map on it. Jack would absolutely melt into the ground, especially in this weather, if he saw this right now.
That is pretty indeed as well. I think yet again, and especially with the spec maps, those that are really showing, it gives that extra bit of depth, that extra level to it. But on a general level, we've been treated with some very, very well-designed liveries, and it seems to me that it's something that people really take pride in here in the sim racing. Basically, anything's possible. You can do what you want. So every team has a really artistic guy that's able to put together some stunning designs.
Yeah, there is a real art to it. I mean, I often find that with sim racing liveries, it can actually be harder to paint a sim racing car in terms of a design than it is to paint a real life racing car, because you've got to think of the fact that on a sim racing car like this, you get given them in a flat format, in a flat image, and you have to determine where all the parts go and where they all overlap. I think he knows he's on stream. He's flashing away at us saying, "Hi, guys." But when you're painting, obviously, the real car, you know physically in front of you, you can see where all the bits line up. You can see how all of it works and matches. And for people to get it all as spot on as they do, it's just great. And I think that some of these guys do an amazing job. The cars are just finishing qualifying now, though, guys. And as you can see on the left, Fabrice Cornelis and SimTag Racing once again showing why they have won, well, 2 for 2 at the moment in the Virtual Belcar events. They won the first round of the championship. They won the original Virtual Belcar race that we did round here last time. And they're making it look pretty, well, I say pretty easy. He goes on the grass as I say that. Yannick Lemons is going round as well. I say that, and he's actually just backed out. So we've got Traxxas, Jon van den Akker at the moment in 5th place. Coming out the final corner, across the line he goes. Does he improve? He was nearly 3/4 of a second off before now. And he does not improve on there, unfortunately. We've got Pim Bao just crossing the line in the G-Drive Racing Xemia Porsche. Does not improve on his time either. Here's Renzo Eulenbroek, if I can say that right. Sorry if I haven't. Across the line he goes for Red Ant Racing.
I think you did pretty well there, Chaz. It's not. I don't think it's too far off. Just one thing I've noticed is the gap from first to second, and then the rest of the field in their radicals so close to one another that over 6, almost 7 tenths of a second from Fabrice Cornelis to the rest of the pack there. That's a huge margin in qualifying here, and it's not a long track here, so 6 tenths, 7 tenths. That's a big old margin indeed.
Yeah, it's a very, very good effort, that, to be fair. Oh, Stephen Van Opstel drops it at the last moment into the wall as well, right at the end of qualifying. And Bram Van Putten's going to pull the car over as well. But that's not quite how you want your qualifying to end, unfortunately. But it's going to be Fabrice Cornelis then that takes pole position in this one. You'll see the session just tick over. We've got Niles Testers there in the pit lane in the Stage 1 GT4 car. And we have a grid, actually, everybody. So we will have this bit by bit now for you then. What it might be best doing for us, actually, I'll tell you what, just bear with me 1 second. Rather than, we had a bit of an issue with the grid last time. So what we'll do, will give you the qualifying results for each class. So there you go then. Oh, no, there you don't go. There it is. Simtag Racing then pole position with Stasis in second place. Traxxas by J&V Services will be in third with SimRC Club Sport ahead of Delahaye Racing Team by TX3, then Fast Racing Team Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing, one of the off-the-tongue, rolling off-the-tongue sorts of names. And then we have Dynamics Racing Optica, GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing in ninth. And then Scott by SimRC, they were fighting for the lead a lot at Spa, so interesting to see them down there. Hasse, can you take us through the Porsche Cup grid, please?
I very, very much can in the Porsche Cups. It is yet again EMG Motorsports on pole position in front of Allied Racing Esports Belcar. Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport in third with JJ Motorsport fourth. Pro Assist Sim Racing in fifth. We've got the two G-Drive cars down in sixth and seventh place here in the Porsche Cups. That's something we're used to seeing here. Stage 1 Racing Belcar in 8th. Sky Limit Race Team in 9th. We've got Dynamics Racing Blue in 10th. Red Ant Racing 11th. And Heron Sports in 12th in the Porsche Cups.
Bit of a mixed order for those guys there. We'll go over to the GT4s now then. Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot just ahead of Scuderia Sim Racing. So the Torque Freak guys managed to just about do it in the end then, just over a tenth of a second. Flemish Sim Sports GT4 in third place with Ola Lulu Racing in fourth. Then we have Allied Racing Esports Belgium with Heli ABK Racing GT4 in sixth. They were quite good to watch at Spa as well. PG Motorsport in seventh ahead of Track Velocity Racing, one of the wild cards for today, with Dynamics Belcar Green in ninth. Around a 9010 car GT4 field, it's Stage 1 Racing Mazda Cup, which I don't know whether they've done that for banter or not, but good team name, like that. And here's the TCRs.
Indeed, the final class to get underway as they are rolling off onto the formation lap. We've got G-Drive following a more orderly, like something we're used to with G-Drive on pole in front of Simtag. 528 in third. Flemish Sim Sports TCR in fourth place with the Dynamics Simulators Red in fifth. Graphite TCR in sixth place. We've got BMS Motorsport in seventh. Pro Oils in that beautiful, beautiful car indeed with the tricolor there in eighth place with another BMS car in ninth. And then to make it even less confusing, I was about to say, another Pro Oils Motorsports car in 10th place. And that rounds off the final class of the grid. Back to you, Chaz.
Thank you very much, mate. The guys are just on their warm-up lap now then, and you can see the Radicals will go on board with one of the Radicals. Good to see the Stasis car up there though, which I'm pretty pleased about. It was one of our favourites going into the first round, and hopefully we can see a good performance from them today. What are you expecting in terms of the battle this time? Because we saw an amazing battle at the start of the last round at Spa, obviously the first round of the championship. Do you think they can do that here though?
Well, it all depends if Fabrice Cornelis can find that kind of pace that almost 7/10 of a second clear on the qualification lap. If it's the same story and race pace, it's going to be very difficult for the rest of the bunch to hold on. That's rarely the story though, so let's see. And I wouldn't be surprised to find a tight squeezed field here. It's a short track, there's a lot of cars, and as we've already mentioned upon on a number of occasions already, traffic is going to be a key factor to how this race develops.
Yeah, they've really got to have their wits about them and be very, very careful. But here is the field then coming towards us. We'll shut the music up and we'll let the engines do the talking because it's just about to get going then for the champion Lubricants 3 hours of Circuit Zolder in the Virtual Belcar eSeries Round 2 of the championship. And I cannot wait for this one. Andre Zeller says, hello Hasse, good company with Chaz in the box. Thank you very much, mate. Hasse and I will be calling the shots over the whole championship for you, including the finale, which is a 24-hour race with Jack Werrell joining us later in the season. But now it's all about Zolder, and it's all about this round of the Virtual Belcar eSeries. And Fabrice Cornelis is holding them back, and he drops it. Off he goes. Listen to him scream down the straight. You've got the Porsches just behind the Stasis cars on the inside there. You've got the SimRC Club Sport car also down the inside. Bit of a bottleneck in the middle there. That's Rudolf Nagel on the outside and the yellow car behind him. actually down the inside of him is the Dealer Hay racing car in the Radical SR8 livery. Looks absolutely brilliant for a stock livery. Oh, the tents have reappeared. I got rid of them before, but we'll move that over the course of the race, I promise you. The Porsches, it's Boudewijn Kuster still leading the way. Michael Pedersen second again. It's just like being back at Spa here with the Vapor Shop RDR car in third. They've broken away, but now we'll have a look back to the GT4s, and it seems we've lost. Oh, it's Ayrton Redant's had an issue already here, Hasse.
Yeah, it's random. I think one of the other Porsche Cup cars that has been off track in the first corner, basically, I think. But except for that, we've had a very, very clean start indeed. So that's nice to see.
Yeah, he managed to recover. Sorry about the camera on that second shot behind all those tents. I did try and fix that after last time, but you may see me do that over the course of the broadcast because I want to make sure we've got nice camera angles. But coming towards the end of lap 1 already then, Fabrice Cornelis leads it from Olivier Verbelen. And then we have Cedric Wouters in third place with a great view of these guys battling for the lead. Behind him, it's Johan Sarzinski, who didn't really get away from the line in terms of the last one. I think he actually practiced on his own, didn't he? And then joined as his own team or something. Still nose to tail, though, throughout the field with these radicals. And that's what we love, because throughout the first sort of half hour at Spa, they were all over each other. Boudewijn Kuster, you just saw behind them there, leading his class. We'll look at the TCRs, because Bram van Putten is actually in amongst these GT4 cars. We saw him do this in the sort of pre-test race that we did here. And he's at it again here, Hasse. He doesn't care if it's a GT4 car or a TCR car, he'll overtake it.
It looks absolutely mad when you see a slower class that's just coming up through. Yield! I'm coming through here, I'm going to take your position. But absolutely an amazing display of talent here from Bram, who really shows how it's done, and he's getting it done early days here. Just saying again, I am absolutely surprised to see that the entirety of the field basically being able to get that cleanly away. On a positive note, because it could have been a lot worse. So very happy to see that we didn't have a repeat of what we saw last week, which was a huge, doesn't even cop. It was a big incident, wasn't it, Chaz?
Yeah, it was pretty frightening to see how big an incident could happen so soon on in a race. But at the end of the day, when the field is all compressed like that, it can be very, very difficult to negotiate your way through. And Cornelis does the fastest lap of the race, and he does it, well, it doesn't even look like he's trying when he does this. I mean, we'll go on board with it. Look at how smooth his inputs are and just how the body language of the car, it's not over the top. It's just... he manages to just put the car in a place where he knows what it's going to do, and he doesn't have to struggle around or fight it every single corner. It's just really, really amazingly smooth driving, and people say smooth is fast. Fabrice has shown us just that, isn't he?
He really is, and the gap is almost 2 seconds already here. So absolutely having flown away, and although I'm having to think, did he take a little bit too much of the curb there already here early in the race? He's got a bit of a biff to the right-hand front of... I don't think it's going to be anything bad, but you do see that, right, Chaz?
Yeah, he's definitely pushed the front right up there. The canards, obviously, on the front corner will be affected. Fingers crossed it's not too bad. Here's Cedric Bollen just behind Alex Cascatau in the Narvaflex E-Racing by GHK racing car. I love saying those team names. Do it again. Tim Claysons. I thought I had the wrong name there. We do have a couple of Claysons. He's doing a smashing job for Talk Freak Racing at the moment. Jeroen Vatlet second for Scuderia Sim Racing. These guys were in with a shout at Spa, but obviously that first lap incident really did put paid to their race. They've got quite a gap back. Oh, we've got a car off. It's Bart de Vos as well. I was just about to say, where's my favourite liveried Porsche gone? But he's around at the chicane. We've had a couple of cars have an issue, actually. Simon van Dijk's had a bit of an issue earlier on. Let's have a look. Get out of shape on the... Oh, he just goes in late. Oh, he gets hit by the Flemish Sim Sports TCR. He's in the middle of the road. You need to hold the brakes, Sunshine. And he's not done that. And then he gets hit because of not doing so. I think, to be fair, that was the BMS Motorsport TCR that did hit him. And I think they ran wide, or they were too wide going in. But you do need to hold your brakes in those scenarios so you don't get hit. And it seemed like that wasn't ideal for them. Actually, Ed Redant has had an issue. What's happened here? Is he just going to light it up on the exit? Is he going to clip the gravel or something? Oh, he's going to hit the wall. Oh, wow, that's a big hit for this early on in the race. Real big hit, and he reverses slightly. That's quite a scary move to have to pull off at this point. He actually had an issue earlier as well, didn't he, Hasse? So we should probably go and have a look and see what happened there.
Yeah, I think he was one of 2 cars caught up in an incident at the very start of the race, and has been battling to get through all the slower class cars, and perhaps a bit of frustration playing in there as well for Mr. Redant here. I could imagine that's not the easiest of places to be.
We've got Steve Clays as well, a bit further down the order in the Porsche Cup class, and they had the same at Spa as well. It's just no luck for this number 13 car. I think they need to change the number on it, but he's making his way back through the GT4 class now. But again, starting the race on the back foot, it really does knock your confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, but as any cycling fan knows, if you have the unlucky number 13, in any way, it needs to be turned upside down to avoid the bad luck. So that's what I would do, at least, to make sure you avoid that kind of curse. But I don't know, for real, it's nice to see here. It's Kuster, Peterson, De Hauer, and then Jacobs in 4th place. More tents. It's a beautiful tent cam, though, I have to say.
Yeah, it's I really like this Vapor Shop livery, because it's just quite a it's quite a complex one, but at the same time it matches the flow of the car really well. I really do like it, but we've got a good scrap going on between these guys right now. Rob Tyson and Hendrik van der Perre behind him. He's in one of the Stage 1 cars as well. It's actually changing for 2nd place here as well. This is Olivier Verbelen, or Verbelen, however you say it. Nearly 3 wide. They are 3 wide down the straight. That's Sarzinski saying, "Go on then, boys. I want to go through the middle here. Thread the needle," says Johan. Well, Olivier says no thanks, and then he says, "Oh, actually, go on, cut back. Why not?" Through egos. This is great battling from these guys. That's Cedric Wouters down the inside in the number 5. It's the 42 on the inside of him now. We don't seem to have numbers on that. Oh, they're behind the tents again. I promised everyone I will sort that camera out in just a moment. I'll have to bring the thumbnail up or something. You don't want to see the ugly camera tool that I'm going to use. But what a great battle this is. And don't forget, it's only 7 minutes, nearly 8 minutes into a 3-hour race, and these guys are fighting like it's the last lap. And we saw this at Spa, didn't we, as well? It's just absolutely brilliant, isn't it, Hasse?
Yeah, it is. I think they also have something to settle before they catch on to the traffic, because all that battling stuff is going to be all the harder when they begin having to lap. Having said that, they're already in the thick of it here, the Radicals, so I'm going to have to take that back already. Traffic is upon them here, 8 minutes into the race, and it begins.
Yeah, it's kicking off instantly here. And obviously it's a shorter lap than we have at Spa, so they've got to really think about it because of how windy this circuit is as well. There's going to be so many different braking points for all of these cars. We've had Rob Tyson have an issue actually in the G-Drive car. What's gone on here, Rob? Let's have a look. He's got the Vapor Shop RDR car behind him, which he'd obviously overtaken not long before that. Oh, it bounces on the curb. Around it goes, and he manages to recover. The car did disappear for a second, but he is still out there. But that means now that he is down in 8th place in class. And Boudouin Kuster, once again, leading this Porsche class. And to be honest, it wouldn't be a Virtual Belcar eSeries Porsche Cup class without Boudouin leading the way, would it?
No, it certainly wouldn't. But I'll tell you what, Chaz, it seems like he has had a little bit of a contact with someone. I wouldn't be surprised to find that in the early parts of the race. Question is, has Michael Pedersen behind been able to avoid that type of early days calamity for himself? And is it costing Kuster up ahead anything? Doesn't seem to be the case for the time being, at least. He's still leading here in the 39 machine. It's looking very good here. Oh, and that's Tim Jacobs in the Vapor Shop car. You mentioned it earlier. This one is the better looking machines. The number 12 car off track, but seems to be carrying on.
Yeah, it's not had the biggest of hits, but it seems like it's had quite a bit of damage on the left-hand side. Let's have a look. Okay, down the inside, that is the 41 of Hendrik van der Perre. Oh, he just tries to get on it, and it just smacks the wall side on, which can actually do a lot more damage than hitting it on a corner sometimes, you know, because at least you've got a bit of a crumple zone, a bit of energy to be dissipated from one of the corners of the car, but hitting it side on, that's when you really start to get some sort of like steering or suspension damage. But at the moment, Jacobs now 16th overall. Cedric Bollen, was dropping down the order a bit there. I think he might have just... I think some of these guys, by the way, on the left-hand side on your timing screen, you will see them dip in and out a little bit because of the amount of different connections that we've got going on. Some of them are a little bit inconsistent and do move around. We've got Michael Pedersen second at the moment in the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine. One of my favourite liveries on the grid, and they were second at Spa as well. And this race, to be fair, in the Porsches, it's going pretty much the same way here, Hasse. We've got the same guys. Oh, actually, Fabrice Cornelis was dropping down the order there. Nope, he's back again. You will see that, though. Like I say, guys, the just because of the amount of cars that get drawn by the sim, some of them, when they're a bit further away, they will drop down the time in order, so just bear with it until it catches up. But as I was saying, Hasse, with these Porsches, we're getting pretty much deja vu from Spa, aren't we?
Very much so. It's exactly the same picture that's being painted in front of our eyes, and it seems that it's steadied out the gap. It's not like Bodo van Kuster is really charging away at the moment, so good job by Michael Pedersen, who I still believe is not a Swede. We need to get SDK to fix those flags. It is very certainly a Danish name, so a bit of scorning on my national pride there as a Dane that we can't have our flag. But no, all that aside, it's good to see that they've gotten off the line as safely as they have in the Cup cars. We did mention that they are challenging to drive, which they very much are, and even more so to race, and especially at a track like Zolder.
I'm just trying to fix his name now for you, just so it shows up properly. There you go. Michael Pedersen. Beautiful.
Michael Pedersen.
There he is. Gregory Vrank's on track as well, actually. Gregory is teammates with Matthias de Tige, and both of them, they race as teammates together and have done for a while. And they're just such a consistent pair of teammates. They're just great to see. Bram van Putten leading the way in TCR, by the way, just ahead of these two GT4 cars. That's the Track Velocity racing car. Oh, we've got Tim Jacobs in the pits. He must have had a meatball for that. Bart de Vos in the GT4 car has Tom van Putt and Olivier, is it Bultink? Bultink behind him there with the pink wheels. Oh, all over the place. That was the BMS Motorsport car of Olivier Bultink. Absolutely launching this thing, showing us just how soft the suspension in these TCR cars can be. We'll go on board just to see that in comparison to the Porsches and everything else, you can probably speak at room volume in here. It's nice and calm, isn't it? It's just so much more chilled. I love it.
It's as if someone actually thought about the fact that they were going to be driven for a long time. Something that also happened in modern times with the dawning of the GT3 cars, where the manufacturers actually thought about quietening down the audio levels, the engine and such, a little bit. And it's a thing now. You don't really see new endurance cars that come out that doesn't really take these things into consideration. They even had, and still do have, air conditioning.
Yeah, that's very true. You see a lot of these cars now with some. They used to do it in a way where there was really ugly big pipes just pointed in the driver's face from all different angles, but now with the likes of Mercedes, who take their car interiors very, very seriously. I mean, as most car companies do, but we know that Mercedes are especially proud of theirs. They actually have the GT3 car with the proper dashboard and the fans extended and everything, just so it points properly at the driver. I'm just going to very quickly sort out that camera for you, everybody. You will still get the sounds for just a moment, but I'm just going to get this camera sorted for you in the background, because it's not something that I'm a fan of at the moment, because it's a very, very ugly, ugly location for this. So just bear with me 2 seconds and I'll be right back. One moment.
I don't think you should be too too afraid of it there, Chaz. But that goes back to my days on Gran Turismo, where we had a thing with capturing fences and trees and strange things on cam. So for me, it just brings up a good bit of nostalgia there. But of course, it's not optimal when you want to see what actually happens in terms of racing action through turns 1 and 2 there.
Yeah, so, definitely. Well, that's it. It's no matter where you come from, it can be an issue. So we have fixed it now. So it's on the outside of this corner. You'll see it here. Let me just go back to Kobe Clace. There you go. It's on the outside now, not the inside. So we have that camera inserted in there, so you can see them all the way around, and we don't have an issue. But this is the battle then for the last couple of places in the Radical class. Oh, is he going to hit the curb? That's going to hurt a car like that. And to be fair, I mean, these radicals are really going to start getting quite a lot of damage over these curbs over the course of a race. I mean, 15 minutes in, and most of them at the moment have some sort of... Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, Boojin Kusta there caught me out on the timing screen. I was just going to say that most of these radicals are getting damage here and there because of all the curbs, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and that I don't think it's something that happens to the radicals strictly alone. I think it actually can happen to any of the cars we're seeing on track here this evening, because you hit those sausage curbs at the wrong angle, it really can mess up your suspension big time. And that's not even mentioning the aerodynamic damage that can be picked up on those as well. Of course, this not being a particularly high-speed track, that might not be as important as it would have been, for instance, last week at Spa, but it's still worth considering, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And there is your new camera angle around there, everybody. So, oh, there was a GT4 car off there. That was Munir Arafat, who's gone off. Munir in the 528 car. Oh, he gets a hit from the race leader. That looked like a horrible netcode to me. Don't think there was contact between the two, but the game. Yeah, you can see there's no damage to the front left of Fabrice Cornelis' car, so he's lucky to get away with that. But they've got a 10-second lead at the moment. Cedric Wouters here in second has Johan Sarzinski and Olivier Verbelen. I still can't say his name right. At the moment, really chasing down. You can see just how hard they're trying. Also close on track together, we have Steve Clays and Ayrton Redant. And Ayrton's having another bit of a rough race here. He was a bit all over the place at Spa, and the front right of the car seeming a bit damaged here as well now. It certainly doesn't look like the pretty Porsche that we know and love. But Steve Clays is doing his usual here, and he's just racking up the places bit by bit, despite starting further down, as he's late on the brakes into the hairpin. Yeah, and he's going to have a good chance to get that done, and he does, on the run down towards the Jackie X chicane. There's the Torque Freaks GT4 machine. Passes that simply and easily as well in the 13 car there, Steve Clays. Looking good. A little bit surprised to see that after that big hit Redan took after his spin, coming onto the start-finish straight, that he hasn't been in to fix it, because it doesn't look to me that it's running anywhere near as well as it could be. Yeah, it's just not fallen into place for him. I'm not sure whether it was definitely an incident or anything, but yeah, a bit of a strange one to be honest, but still, he's cracking on and getting the job done. The Stasis car still in fourth there. You can see just these radicals flinging it around. And cutting through traffic in the radicals is probably the hardest bit, because no matter what you go up against, even the Porsche GT3 Cup cars, there's a huge speed difference, isn't there? Yeah, the speed difference is huge, but it's mainly there in the corners, I think, with the GT3 Cup cars, because so far what we've seen, that straight line, yeah, the radicals get off the line easier, but once they start getting up to speed, it also kind of levels out. There's big power in those GT3 Cup cars, and there's a lot of drag from those wings on the radicals as well. So, but yeah, indeed, it's going to be very difficult for them to gauge time and time again, and especially, as we mentioned it! Oh, he's had a couple of hits, and he gets another hit from one of the Porsches as well. More bad luck for the Stasis car. Yeah, and Cedric Bolin as well, I'm afraid, who was also very much in the run for top positions last week. Oh, and that's going to be a straight toe there for Stasis. Such bad luck. Not again, not again. Cedric Bolin also caught up in all of this. Goes down the inside of the Porsche, and yeah, the Stasis car just overshot it, hit them, spins around and stays on the inside and has to wait. He doesn't, yeah, he does the right thing and gets off the circuit. Yeah, intelligent stuff there from Cedric. It's really not easy to keep your head cool and to do the right thing, and even when trying to get on the get it in reverse gear, keep the engine running. If you then get on it too heavily, you smash the rear end against the wall. I've seen that happen so many times as well. So yeah, good job from Cedric to, as I said, keep it cool and get back going with minimal damage. It's not going to have minimal damage if they keep this up, cutting through the Porsches and the TCR at the same time. It's so scary with these tiny little radicals, and like we were saying at Spa, if you're in the TCR car, you can barely see these little radicals coming up alongside you. They barely meet the door. You've got Sarzinski and Cedric Wouters battling here from that camera angle that's in the next country over. There's a bit of damage on the front left as well on Sarzinski's car. And I tell you what, it's very... I mean, there's even damage to Cedric Wouters' car. Really gets on the brakes there. That was a scary moment. But as we've just said, Jochen in the chat has just said that Fabrice Cornelis dominating as always. This is just helping him, isn't it? If anything, Hasse.
Yeah, it really is. But that's also what Fabrice mentioned himself when we spoke to him after the race last week. He specifically mentioned that he has a lot of experience racing in traffic, and he really felt like that experience helped him stay cooler and also just deal with it faster last week out at Spa. And I'd imagine it to be tenfold worse here at Zolder, as we've already seen. There really isn't a lot of space. There's corners coming at left, right, and center all the time, and it's really difficult to find anywhere to make safe passes. So what we're seeing is a lot of lunges and dives, and if you're just a little bit more comfortable with that, it's a big advantage here indeed.
Yeah, you've just got to make the move at the right time, haven't you? And just pull out the traffic and make the most of it so you don't lose all of your momentum. You've just got to take the chance when it comes to you. We've got a battle going on here in the Porsche class, the GT4s. This is Stephen Van Opstal in the Dynamics Belcar Green, chasing down the Track Velocity Racing Martin Kerf's car. And you can see already some of the dirt on the windscreen of these cars. Wow, look at that there. Wow, now that, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you go through traffic with Cedric Wouters. And wow, Cedric Wouters is definitely what you should call him after that. That took me by God. I've not got words. I'm genuinely, as a commentator, you should never not have words, but... Oh, Goosens is off, part of the pun, but we'll take a ganders. Oh, he's had a bit of contact maybe there, has he, from the Flemish car?
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm afraid that there's more than one car involved in that one, and he does exactly what I...
Cedric, honestly, Cedric in these close calls, he's going to need a pacemaker after this, I tell you that. It's incredible stuff, incredible. Is that battle still going on behind here now in the GT4 class, but with traffic involved as well? We'll go on the chopper cam for a second. I always love bossing this chopper cam out. Look at the speed difference of that radical cutting through. That's mad, absolutely mad stuff. And
Bram Van... I'm just thinking that with the action level we're seeing here, I think we're seeing heart rates for the drivers that must be categorizing this as cardiovascular exercise, because it's so intense at the moment. And really no signs of it dying down in any ways. It's going to be a mad 2.5 hours to come here.
Oh, it certainly will. The car just in front of Bart de Vos here is Anton Dupin for Flemish Simsports TCR. Oh no, Cedric Bollens had an issue. We'll come back to the TCRs in a second, everybody. Oh wow, look at this in front. Absolute mayhem going on here. So many cars go around. Oh, Cedric just gets on the brakes. Oh, what a save there by the other. Oh no,
and the Stasis car as well there.
Oh, that's pretty scary stuff there from Cedric Bolin. He got very lucky there. We will just have a look then. Oh, well there you go. There's the TCR leader, Bram Van Putten, with Attila Sipos just behind him there in the Simtag Racing TCR car. So we actually have a battle going on here for the TCR lead. Over the curbs they go. Anton Dupin is racing with Bart de Vos, which is obviously dropping him away from the rest of the guys. Oh, but as you called it before, that's definitely the Dukes of Hazzard chicane, isn't it?
Yeah, it is exactly. It's like a launch pad for any car that hit it at a wrong angle, and good place to catch a bit of airtime there.
Oh, definitely. I was commentating on a league that was racing the NASCAR Xfinity cars around there, and because of how soft the suspension can be on those things, you should have seen some of the jumps they were doing. The car was about, well, the body was probably about 2-3 feet off the floor, but the wheels were still touching the ground. They looked like monster trucks. It was absolutely hilarious. Oh no, the 21 Porsches around. That's Jesse Hendricks.
Jesse Hendricks
just recovers well though. Recovers well. That's got to be said.
Yeah, it seems he kept it at a minimum there. Just a quick spin, which is so easy to do in this car. classic Porsche problem, you could say. One of the few problems with these 911s. That is when the rear end brakes, it really keeps on braking and it just wants to overtake the front. This is also a car that you really have to drive like a classic 911. It's not like the RSR, which is effectively mid-engined and a lot more, could say, well-balanced. Even though it's sort of magical what Porsche have done over the last, 50, 60 plus years with the 911 model range, it still is very much a rear-engine car, and especially this GT3 Cup car really has to be driven in a 911 kind of way, and it does present you with some classic 911 troubles if you don't.
Yeah, that's it. There's always pros and cons to certain cars in engine layouts and so on, but I think Porsche have always had it nailed. And I mean, I was broadcasting, of course, on Simracersworld TV. We did the Porsche Club GB event only a couple of hours ago, and to be honest, the amount of times that we mentioned just how successful Porsche have been, it was never ending. We've got Maxim van den Hove and Matteo Detri here just having a battle down the straight as the Radical goes past. Side by side into turn one, both white, black and orange, and both in the same piece of track at the moment. Into turn one they go. They've got one of the Cup cars coming through as well there. That's one of the Stage 1 racing machines. And these GT4 cars, when they're trying to make moves, they just have to really play it safe, don't they, at this point? They've got to be so careful.
Yeah, it's really such a hard place to be in, I think, for both the GT4s and the Cup cars, because they have to contend with both slower and faster traffic. But of course, in the case for the GT4s, it's not going to be that bad, because they're so close to the pace of the TCR cars. As another car, that's the 88 machine that just clips the curbs yet again. I feel like over the course of 3 hours, that damage picked up over multiple hits of those sausages, if I can get the words rolling over my tongue here, could get to a substantial level where it's going to be decisive. And I think if I were a team boss here, I'd be telling my drivers to ease it off a little bit and maybe just try and save the car as best as possible.
Yeah, you have to think about the long run in these races, but the amount of times that you really can't help it when you're hitting these curbs, it's such a narrow track, isn't it? And when you go into these chicanes, you think, oh, it's fine, I've taken the right amount of curb there. But all it takes is for you to just take a little bit too much on the first part, and it'll chuck you over to the second bit then, and it's a bit of a nightmare. Back in the TCRs though, Bram Van Putten's still leading the way, but Attila Sipos is right behind him now, really chasing him down. And it's good to see a bit of a battle for the start at the top of these guys, because Bram Van Putten drove such a controlled race at Spa. He made it look incredibly easy and drove away quicker than anyone could get near. But Attila now really putting the pressure on at this point in the Simtag racing car, and I think we're going to have a good fight on our hands here between these guys. We actually have one of the, obviously the Stasis car in the Radicals class is trying to chase down Boudewijn Kuster in the lead of the Porsche Cup class. But Boudewijn now actually ahead of one of the Radicals in terms of position as well, which is always nice to see. The G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR car though, looking absolutely stunning as always. And that is actually not a spec map as well. That's one of my favourite things about these liveries these guys do. That effect is actually painted onto the car. That's not actually part of the spec map. It's not actually metallic. It's just glossy at this point, and it looks absolutely brilliant for it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's the one that's is that the one that's white for you and blue for me, or is it still white for you?
Yeah, it's white and orange. This one. Apparently that's their work in progress livery.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm seeing is looking very good indeed. So it's just a bit of a shame that you're not seeing it.
Attila nearly got it done then. You know, I thought he was going to sneak through. Bit of contact doesn't quite get the move away, but. Wow, that was feisty stuff, and now he's really chasing him down as they go towards the hairpin. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Watch these cars squirm around. He gets out of the way. Does Bram Van Putten. He knows what he's up against here, and Attila Sipos is putting all of the pressure on, which is fantastic to see in this class. Everyone says, oh, the TCRs are boring compared to everything else. They're definitely not. You can have so many good battles in these TCR cars. iRacing's come alive with them since they came out. We just pray and pray, please iRacing, more TCR cars. We want touring car leagues that are proper touring car leagues. But wow, Close stuff there, and they were lucky that they didn't both get turned around, because I've seen people go down the inside in these cars, hit the rear arch of the one in front, and it'll just bounce off and spin around the other way. It's an absolute nightmare scenario. But then, of course, you don't want to turn around the car that's in front of you as well, because it ends the battle, and it's not a way that we all want to see it. Ayrton Redant has just had an issue. If I click that way too many times, there we go. In the matte black machine, it's not stealthy. Oh, and look at that. Great save. Oh, it does hit the wall, though. I thought he got away with that then. I think he was hoping that it'd still turn as well as it has done before when he got off the brakes, and it looked like that front right wheel was off the ground then. Did you see that?
Yeah, it's exactly what I saw as well, and he has accordingly come into the pit for repairs, or for a quick repair this time around. Just noticing we have a bit of requests in chat for Dutch commentary. I think, Chaz, how many likes do we set as an aim before I go through the top 5 in Dutch?
Let's go for 100. We've got 229 people watching now.
100 likes, okay.
We get 100 likes on this, we'll have Hasse do a good 5-minute section in Dutch for you. And
I can do 5 minutes. I'll do the top 5.
So we'll get Hasse to do 5 seconds of Dutch for you, so you can see it. We've got one of the Dynamics Porsches around there. That was the which one of the Dynamics ones was that actually? It was Jesse Hendricks again. Jesse hates that hairpin, doesn't he? He's just having a real love-hate relationship with it. There has been the actual change in the class lead, though, in the TCRs. So managing to get the job done now, finally, is Attila Sipos. And, well, it needed to happen because, at the end of the day, it was either going to be that. Oh, look at that feisty stuff, arch to arch there as they go into the chicane. Oh, plenty of curb for both of them. Almost contact twice. You've got the RDR Vapor Shop car in there. Wow, that could have gone so wrong, but they got it so right. Beautiful racing. And again, behind there, we've got all 4 classes on track together here. The Radical down the inside of the Audi. He's got the Cup car right behind him, and the GT4 car's even got to wait. And there's another Radical as well. And this is the beautiful nature of Zolder, and this many classes in one race. You just see so much action going on at once. It's great, isn't it?
There's so much action that it's really hard to take it all in at once. I think we just have to do our best to try to spread it around as best we can, because this is a situation we better get used to, Chaz. I think it's not really, that's another netcode incident, I'm afraid.
And then again, Tim Jacobs having an issue there. He's around. He wants to get that car out of the way ASAP. And he does do. Nice job of getting that out of the way at the right time there, rather than sitting there waiting for that long. We're up to 41 likes already. Oh, there was a Radical getting caught up in that as well. It can very easily bottleneck once these cars are around. Oh, that stage 1 car's around again as well. I think he was actually waiting for the stage 1 car to go back through. I mean, it wouldn't have been for position, but I think he was just showing it as a nice gesture, just to say, look, I'm sorry for turning you around, really didn't mean it. And now yeah, it's a shame. Race fan asking in the chat, next time Guy Gertz. We don't have him on our roster, unfortunately, mate, so we won't be able to get him to commentate. It's going to be Hasse and myself for the rest of the series, with Jack Werrell joining us as well. We are set for the long haul on this one, and I cannot wait because, as you can tell, everybody, Hasse and I get on quite well. Same with Jack as well. We all have a good laugh, and we hope that you enjoy the broadcast off the back of that as well. There's a battle going on in the Radicals here. Yannick Lemons has got Steph Delnous right behind him now as they go along onto the brakes, through into the chicane. And when you've got a car that reacts as quickly as this going into that chicane, you really have to get it right, don't you? Because it can so easily just... Oh, there's a Radical around in the background, though. Never mind, ignore me. That was... that's not the Stasis car. Boudouin Kuster just missed out on it as well.
And he's still leading for the 911 Cup cars, by the way, with Michael Pedersen still in pursuit, still not too far back. So yeah, we'll have to see, race fan, if my Dutch will be enough to satisfy. I'd say it's not perfect, but I'll give it a go. 100 likes, that is.
Yeah, yeah. Don't worry, I know who Guy Gertz is. I know that he is definitely a good commentator. Obviously, with Simracersworld being so tied into the Belgian sim racing community and motorsport community, I've heard a lot of good things from him. I mean, being a commentator, you do often hear what do you reckon? Are you as good as so-and-so? And he's a name that I do hear a lot with the amount of Belgian drivers that I speak to and commentate on. It's great that he's so well recognised in a sim racing format as well. So it's good that he can do that. And at the end of the day, I mean, Hasse will agree with me. To do real-life commentary, it's obviously the aim. But the sim racing stuff, it's just as exciting because the camera's always on the racing, isn't it? It's not just one screen, as we've got a Dynamics Porsche off there. That's Stephen Van Opstel again. But just going back to that point, though, you know, when we're watching the sim racing, it can be just as exciting and sometimes a bit more difficult to commentate on because the cameras are constantly following it, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and I have to say, I also find myself getting dragged into it the same way I would if it was, in quotation marks, real, because for me the racing, as Jimmy Broadbent says, the cars might not be real, but the racing very much is, and I think what we're seeing here tonight very much is a perfect stamp of approval of just that. It's been absolutely excellent so far.
Some good battles going on. We just saw, just going past them was the Stasis car. This is Olivier Verbelin chasing down Cedric Bollen in the race. Sorry, that's it's actually Kobe Klass who is ahead of him, but he's 1 minute and 18. It's actually Cedric Bollen just ahead of him on track there in the other radical, but he is a lap ahead at the moment, unfortunately. Well, for the Stasis car anyway. I know that Hasse is a fan of cycling, so he's a fan of that car every single day of the week. But your race leader, though, everybody, Fabrice Cornelis, what can you say? Untouchable again, isn't he, Hasse?
The gap's up to 26 seconds by now, ladies and gentlemen. That is impressive. After 36 minutes of racing, and he's just sliced his way through the traffic. Oh, and just as we say that, in the in the Jackie X chicane, he has a bit of a moment there. But it's been very, very cool to look at Fabrice, how he's going about it. It's I feel like it's really becoming clear that his talk about experience in traffic was more than just talk.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really proving a point here.
Certainly is. And thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you very much. That means a lot. He says, honestly, this commentary is better than most of the streams and it gives a more international vibe. And yeah, to be fair, I mean, Hasse's English is probably better than mine, actually, to be honest with you. So it is good. And we're very, very pleased that you're enjoying it. So thank you very much. And it's funny when we try and pronounce last names. Okay, well, yeah, I'm not surprised with you that. I'll tell you what. Why don't we look at Sebastian
Camel.
Sebastian
Camel. The problem for me is, I'll tell you this much. The problem for me is that I find myself in a position that if I feel like if I overdo the Flemishness or Dutchness of the names, it's gonna sound almost racist. So I certainly don't want to do that either. And I find myself sticking to the sort of English pronunciation of the name, which is obviously gonna be kind of wrong. Which is, it's a bit of a, like, it's like being a head lice in between two nails, I think is what you say.
I've never heard that expression ever before.
You have never? Okay, that's like the most classic saying in Danish. You might have it in other languages. I'm not sure. Speaking of international vibes here tonight, but
well, I've never heard that before, and I never want to hear it ever again. Wow, that's a bit of a, it's a different one. I'll give you that. It's different. That was Bart de Vos there, just going past Bram van Putten, and that was for position as well. Bram's actually managed to get ahead of some of these GT4 cars, as we said earlier. Brian Crowell says, "Sup, Chaz, mate. Thanks very much. Good to see you, Brian. I hope it goes well for you tonight, buddy." Boudwin is Baldwin in English. Ah, okay. Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much indeed. Any help, honestly, guys, with these names is much appreciated because, as Hasse said, he tries to do it in his way, but worries that it might sound racist or over the top. I just can't do it, as that was. I tell you what, if Van Opstel really wanted to do that, he may as well just gone to a theme park and just ask for a ticket on a roller coaster, because he would have got the same sort of result. But luckily, the car doesn't seem too damaged. The bonnet's a bit crumpled in, but it's not too shabby at the moment. I mean, imagine the floor is absolutely wrecked, but managing to carry on. Jarno de Houw, by the way, I just saw him at the back of shot a moment ago for JJ Motorsport. I picked up on this livery last week for its asymmetric front end. And it's another car that's doing a great job. It looks like he's in position B at the moment because of the font that I've used. It just the 1 and 3 seem to have merged. So please do forgive me on that. But again, 3rd place in class so far. And just under the radar, he's got 17 seconds ahead to Michael Pedersen. And I believe 22 seconds to Kuster. But he's also got 7.5 seconds behind to Hendrik van der Perre. So he's got a bit of an easy ride. He just needs to keep it on the track and worry about traffic now, doesn't he?
Yeah, indeed. And perhaps even more importantly, he's also got a completely clean car for his charge through, something that not a lot of drivers can say at this point in the race. We're coming toward, well, we're 40 minutes in, so still not even a third of the way through, and it's been breathtaking so far. Interested to see also when we'll be seeing the first round of scheduled pit stops and driver changes as well, and what kind of change to the dynamics of the race that it's gonna bring along with it, because it's always so that the next driver that gets in the car is necessarily as fast or as consistent as the first one, and it's always interesting to have such, and it's a big part of endurance racing indeed. Sarsinski, the Frenchman here for the De La Haye Racing by TX3 car, sneaks on past one of the TXRs, or the TCRs. It is.
Sorry, that really tickled me then. Fabrice Cornell still leads the way. He's just on a purple lap as well. And I tell you what, you look at this. When you're even overtaking that Cayman GT4, it's like trying to overtake a truck on the M1. It's honestly every single car when you're in a radical, and we're on the roll bar here as well, bearing that in mind. It just seems like every car is absolutely massive. It's unbelievable. Thomas Smets says, "Hey guys, still 3 races after this, time to improve." Yeah, we will. We'll have the names right by the end of the season. Don't you worry. Menno Van Dern, I probably said your name wrong as well, says, "We love your comments and humour. Thank you very much, guys." Really, don't forget to like the stream and of course subscribe to Simracersworld TV, and you guys on Facebook as well. We see you over there. Thank you for tuning in. We really do hope you enjoy the show, and of course the racing. I mean, we certainly enjoy the racing. It's absolutely awesome to watch. And you're watching right now the chase for 3rd position. This is Sarsinski trying to chase down Rudolf Nagel in the SimRC Club Sport car there. SimRC Club Sport had a bit of a up and down time at Spa last time out. We were actually waiting last time, weren't we, for the De La Haye Racing by TX3 car to actually win the race in the hands of Rocky Balboa, as we dubbed him. But it just didn't happen. You know, they closed in, I think they were about 6 or 7 seconds off, maybe 4 when they crossed the line, because Fabrice Cornelis did slow it down a bit, but they were in with a shout of a win there, and it just never seemed to come. So fingers crossed they can make the progress now. We've got a battle going on here still between Martin Kerfs and Jochen van der Sterren just in front. This is the Track Velocity Racing car. Martin, teammates of Brian Krauls, who races in another league that I commentate on, and like I say, Brian is probably one of the most famous drivers I've ever seen from YouTube chats, because everyone loves Brian. He's a mechanic in the Euro NASCAR real life series as well, so he knows his motorsport inside out, and most of the cars inside out. And his team are doing well at the moment. They have been entered as one of the wild cards for today, and that bright yellow GT4 certainly stands out, and at the moment he's trying to put off the PG Motorsport car in front. It doesn't look like we've got the PG Motorsport Porsche Cup car this time, actually, who provided a lot of entertainment for us, as well as the McDonald's car actually last time at Spa, didn't they, Hasse?
Yeah, the McDonald's car was a gift indeed, and such a shame that they had a tough time late in the race. They were going pretty good for a while, and then all of a sudden their luck just seemed to really turn on its head, and it became very poor all of a sudden. And perhaps it was the lack of energy in the pre-race food that they had.
A couple of Big Macs before the race. Attila's just gone off at the chicane.
Oh, is that going to open the door for Bram Van Putten?
That's what I was wondering as well. And oh yeah, they would have got a slowdown for that. And Bram is going to try and go through. There's contact between the two of them as well.
Oh, they're keeping alive, do they?
This is, if you couldn't tell, Haas is just absolutely loving this. That was so close though, but that's the thing, they keep the car on track and they keep this battle alive, and they're still going at it as well.
But Brum gets past in the end, and they were side by side for so long there, and they just about gave each other enough space, but not an inch more than that. And it's amazing to watch. You mentioned it earlier, Chaz, these TCRs. I think what people are confusing them for is that they might always be the most interesting cars to drive, being front-wheel driven, and they tend to understeer a bit and then lift off oversteer, and it's not rear-wheel drive, and it's not right in the minds of a lot of people. But the racing, when you put them up against one another, because they can race so closely, because the speeds are a little bit lower, the racing seems to always be fantastic.
Oh yeah, the thing is, I always promote racing in these sorts of cars because, I mean, you may have seen as well, anyone that follows me on any of my social media will have seen that I run a series using the Volkswagen Jetta TDI on iRacing called the British Boring Car Championship, using, oh, Jack Werrell joins us in the chat, he won the race actually in it the other day, using the old Super Tourers liveries from the British Touring. Oh, okay, Radical flies past as if it's not there. And the racing, despite it being a slow diesel saloon with no aero on it or anything, it's fantastic racing because it's a slower car. The guys get more time to think about what they're doing, and it's just amazing to watch. That was the Scott by SimRC car, Cedric Bolland just going through there. He's actually chasing down the car in front now, Steph Delnews. And Jack has been named Jack the Ripper by Marvin Julian-Mamans, saying Jack the Ripper, hashtag commentator's curse, which I agree with. Jack has, to be fair, for such a young lad, Jack has got one of the most powerful commentator's curses I have ever witnessed in my life, honestly. He does as much as loads up iRacing and everybody goes off track, so it's quite amazing. I'm a fan of, like, go away from a car. Like, we look at this now, and I mean, if I change from Cedric Bolland, he'll probably have an accident now, but it usually does happen at my end. But honestly, Jack, he opens his mouth to say the car number and it goes off the road, but it's not something we try and do, I promise you, everybody. We don't try and commentators curse people. It just happens.
He's got the full True Blood commentator's curse strength there, as we other are barely Muggle Bloods in that comparison to Jack.
Definitely, mate, definitely. It's crazy. But this is the on-track battle now, still for third place. Sarzinski is now close back up to Rudolf Nagel in the Radicals. And we saw some fantastic battling from these guys at Spa, and we're going to see more of it again. The cars are getting nice and mucky as well now, which is, you know, as an endurance racing fan, it's what everybody loves, to get the cars all covered in rubbish by the end of the race and all beaten up. They look like they've really worked for it. And we're going to certainly see that these guys have done that over the course of the race. Nearly an hour into this one then, 47 minutes and 53 seconds gone, to be exact. And still, two of these cars only separated by 0.2 of a second either side of the Audi. And look at that, that was Mika Hakkinen-esque by Sarzinski. I was just about to say, is that Audi going to act as Ricardo Zonta in this one? And, well, he did. Sarzinski, what a manoeuvre that was. That was absolutely wonderful. Look at that. He thinks, right, you're going to go around the outside of the Audi. I'm not having any of that. Down the inside we go. That was absolutely stunning manoeuvre by the Frenchman. He can take an L apostrophe bow for that one, because, whoa, what a move. And just, well, it's a case of can he hold on to third place now?
Johan Sarzinski surely said...
Sacre bleu?
Hey, no, he's going to overtake the backmarker... And at the same time overtake the Rudolph.
Well, it's as I said at Spa, he's now Rudolph, the red-faced racing driver for SimRC Club Sport. But he's not taking it lying down, though. He's going to go after it. Senna Hulsman says, hi, guys. Good afternoon, mate. Hope you're enjoying the stream. 231 viewers at the moment. We've only got 47 out of those 100 likes, guys. Come on, don't forget. Please do like the video. If we get to 100 likes before the end of the stream, Hasse will do some commentary in Dutch for you because he loves you all. And don't forget, while you're there, to subscribe to Simracersworld TV. We've had a fantastic influx of subscribers and we are very happy that our audience are loving what we do. Don't forget, you can give us feedback as well if there is anything that you'd like us to change that isn't the commentators. I'm looking at you. Then do let us know, because we do honestly have the viewers' best interests at heart. We want to make sure you're enjoying it. We've got a battle going on here, Hasse, between one of my favourite drivers, Gregory Franks, and that car just ahead there with the red rear end on it is Hendrik van der Perre. in the Stage 1 racing car. This is for 4th and 5th in class.
Yeah, and you can really see the impetus about it coming through traffic here. The slower GT4 drivers here are not really engaged in any close combat, and these lads are really just trying to move through quickly. So you can also see the drivers are beginning to take a more conservative line there through the first chicane at least, and also I think that is gonna be what we're seeing through the rest of them, because they probably realized that they can't keep battering the machines there like they did for the opening couple of rounds for 3 hours. They're simply not going to be up to the task. But brilliant stuff here. Gregory Frank's certainly a favorite of ours, and someone who's been everywhere on Simracersworld TV as of late, and always a pleasure to watch Greg race indeed.
Yeah, he's always so consistent, and now I've said that, he's going to bin it, but he's just always there. And I commentated on the Simracersworld TCR series for its first season. Sorry, its second season. The first one was just a test, but for its first broadcasted season, he's just so consistent. We'd literally watch an entire race, and you wouldn't see him on track, or you barely see him in shot once. And then all of a sudden it'd come to calling them out as they cross the line, and it'd be Gregory Franks is third, and you'd be thinking, hey, where's he come from? Like, he just appears in a really good position all the time, and you know, I massively respect it because he's such a tidy driver. We've had another issue for the Pro Oils car here of Robin Daniels, who's gone sideways gradually. I don't think he hit the wall there. Manages to reverse it pretty much identically into the tyre tracks, and off he goes. But they've had a bit of a rough start to the season so far, haven't they, Hasse?
Yeah, indeed. Just saw Menos comment in chat there with a pølser and an old Danish. It just cracked me up.
Absolutely love it. But like we said, international vibes. This is brilliant. Leaving up the beak. I really hope I got your name right. Says, thanks guys for the great commentary. Can't wait till you get the 100 likes. Well, we better make sure we've got one dislike. That's not going to count. Come on. We've got 66 likes at the moment, so it has jumped up a bit. We've got 232 of you watching though. We can see you. Don't worry, we can see you as much as you can see us, although you don't want to see where I am right now. I'm in a very, very hot room. Let's have one last push, see if we can get some Dutch out of Hasse, and not by accident this time. This is Olivier Bultink, just a second off Tom Van Put. No, not Bram Van Putten, Tom Van Put. Just ahead there in the other TCR car, the one with the bright pink wheels that you can't miss. He's now in a battle in class for 4th position. I'm just trying to have a look at who's the biggest mover in the entire field as well, actually. And it is these guys. Actually, sorry, Anton Dupin, Flemish Simsports TCR, has gained 5 positions overall. 2nd in class at the moment, and it seems that the 2nd place car has pitted in that class, actually. I'm just trying to look at where they dropped down to now. Where's he managed to go to? Simtag Racing, here we go. It's Janos Scheiner? Is it Scheiner? Would it be Scheiner?
I don't know. Shinor? I don't know if that's ZS, if that what that comes out as, but yeah.
Well,
Sinor.
People were saying that we
Sinor
can't pronounce the name, so it's just going to be Janos for the rest of it now. But anyway, you can see trying to get heat in the tyres already. He knows that the TCR doesn't get heat in its tyres very, very quickly. And Alalonatron says, my like is in. It's a special one for Hasse. We've got 76 likes now. So come on, guys. One more push and we can get those 100 likes, and Hasse will commentate in Dutch for a moment. Boudewijn Koester, well, once again, doing an absolutely awesome job in this Porsche Cup class. We go on board for the beautiful flat 6 scream around Zolder, and in these conditions as well, with all the trees and the very narrow track surface, it just looks stunning around here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's really amazing to see. And iRacing's come so far in the graphical sense with all the small details in it, the lighting, and also just the marbles from the rubber that falls off the tires, the dust that accumulates in places where the cars tend to go just with a tire off and scrape a bit of gravel onto the track. It's all those little things that accumulate onto an experience that now, after 12, 13 years of development, which is also unique in itself, really becomes accumulative, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It may be a bit of a longer process. I mean, everybody does sort of everyone sort of looks at iRacing and says their motto of #soon, but to be honest, it's with good reason. You know, we all wait a long time for iRacing content to come out, but when it does come out, it's absolutely top notch. I mean, you can see from the laser scanning just how accurate it is, and the sounds, and they do an amazing job of it. And to be fair, in recent times they have got better and better at fixing issues. Obviously, the more that you add into a sim, the more complicated it gets and the more issues come up. But they've been so much better with reacting to these things recently that it really does make you respect it. And people say iRacing is expensive, but for the quality of the content and for how well managed all of it is as well, I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone will agree. If you watch this compared to other sims, I'm not going to name names, but just how naturally the cars look like they move and how the lighting looks as well, it really does look like a real broadcast, and a lot of them do actually catch people off guard. I've had a couple of instances where I've shown my girlfriend some of the broadcasts that I've sort of thought, oh, I'd like to commentate on this, or what do you think of this series? And she thought that it was real, and that it was me looking at like real life commentary sort of opportunities. We're actually on 80 likes now, Hasse, so start warming up your vocal cords, sunshine.
It's getting exciting here indeed.
Well, we've got...
time to pull out,
sorry,
pull
go
out
on.
No, I was just going to say it's time to pull out my best Michel Weitz. Any cycling fan watching should know that I'm an avid watcher of Sporza and the Flemish-Belgian coverage of cycling, because it is the best, no commercials, and some very good commentators. A lot of fun when you begin to understand it a little bit, and it's the beautiful sport indeed. Not football, but cycling, very beautiful. And can't wait for the season to get back to the racing here. Enough cycling talk from me, and let's get those likes in.
Yeah, well, we're on 83 now, so it's going up. This is Olivier Bultink in the BMS Motorsport car, chasing down the Graphite Racing TCR car, goes for it late on the brakes. Scares the life out of the graphic driver there. Oh, Tom Van Punt, though.
Whoa,
He manages to do this. Tom Van Punt now, I tell you that. He's just giving him a right old shove in the left rear corner. But to be honest with you, we'll go back at that because... Oh, Olivier Verbelen's had an issue, by the way, in the stasis car. Another issue. Honestly, you just paint the thing with red splatters up it and just call it blood, because honestly, these things have had such a nightmare. Such a shame as well. It's one of our favourite cars and, well, not going all their way. We'll have a look at Bultink again, though, but I want to look at it from the chopper cam, because just look, Olivier doesn't leave as much room, because, to be fair, it's not like Van Putt comes far over, and Bultink, it just does gradually wash over to the left, in my opinion. I mean, what do you make of it, Hasse? We'll have another look.
I think it's, I'm afraid he just comes across on Tom Van Putt there. He cannot cease to exist, and for that very simple reason, he doesn't really have anywhere to go, so that's what I'd categorize as a racing incident.
Yeah, 6 of one, half dozen the other, I suppose. You could have argued that Van Putt could have got out of it, but in those moments when you've not got that much time to react, easier said than done. We've got Bram Van Putten coming in the pit lane. We've also got the stasis car, the Radical machine, in there as well. Fabrice Cornelis still leading this race overall, everybody. Doing an amazing job as things stand. And up on the jacks for tyres goes Bram Van Putten, and they're going to change driver as well. Who's going to get in? It's going to be Ben Thayens, and anyone that has watched any Simracersworld broadcast with a TCR car in it will know that Ben is very, very fast indeed. So it's going to be good to see how he gets on. Tim Clayson's still leading the way. We were watching him a moment ago in the Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot, Porsche 718 Club Sport M GTI TDI LMP TCR GT4 thing. Honestly, longest car name I've ever seen. But again, they're doing another really good job here, Hasse, and it's just a perfect example of a car that just goes around and gets the job done. You know, they lead the class every time we see them.
Yeah, and I think it's I think it must be something that they've just agreed upon as a team. Look, guys, we're just gonna try to just get out there, get out in front, and just run our car with as little trouble as possible, because it really seems to pay off. And you know, they really they could see how it worked last week at Spa, and it makes sense just to go out and say, let's try to repeat that.
And they're doing it. That's the thing. You know, a lot of them can sort of go out there and say, oh yeah, let's go out there and do what we did this time round and so on. You've got to actually go out there and do it. You know, you've got to put the work in and get the job done, and that's what they're doing. Renzo Uhlenbroek has just come in the pits now in the Porsche. That's the Red Ant racing car. He's not been in it too long, as far as I know. We've also, actually, I think they've had an issue. Renzo has gone off. Oh, contact with the BMS car. That was Mike Goosens. Has gone off with him. Oh, and he reverses into it as well. I don't know if he did that on purpose. I hope not. But yeah, the Red Ant racing car. Oh, wow, even closer there. I think that was Cedric Wouters that just went through. But the Red Ant racing car over these first 2 rounds has certainly made a name for itself. Not quite the one that the PG Motorsport car did last time at Spa, because that was it was very entertaining for us. But this is your new class leader in the Porsches. Then this is Michael Pedersen, and the guys they were chasing in the EMG Motorsport car. It's Tommy Rao in that car now, in 8th position in class. He's going to be overtaking a couple of them as they come through, because Jonas Windy has got in the JJ Motorsport car, and Rob Tyson is in the pits in the G-Drive Racing Exemia car. So there's plenty of changes going on. There's one of the radicals going past them there. It's Brent Verheyen. And Brent was another one, wasn't he, Hasse, that had a bit of a rough time. I mean, both these GHKE racing cars had a very, very sort of, I don't want to say poor time at Spa, because it wasn't all down to them. You know, they got caught up in incidents that weren't their fault. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time with a lot of it, weren't they?
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily the driving that was poor as much as it was the luck that was poor. I mean, and that's certainly 2 different things. And I'm talking about poor luck. That's I think the opposite of poor luck. I didn't see who that was on the inside in the GT4 car, but that is very good luck indeed not to get collected by spinning TTR in the situation there.
Sorry about this, everyone. I'm trying to get to the fact that someone's gone off track, but because so many people are coming in the pit lane, it just keeps moving up. Oh, look at that. That's how much gravel you need to put it in the wall. That's the Heli AVK Racing GT4 car, and that's a big hit as well. Manages to get it.
I'm sorry, Chaz, but just a car that was running well, up in 6th place in the GT4, so they're going to have trouble now.
Yeah, that was a massive hit. Doesn't look like it's behaving itself either. They're trying to figure out how the steering is in the straight line, and that's one of the scariest bits, isn't it? After an incident, when you've hit the wall pretty hard, you've got to sort of, before you get to the next major corner on the track, you have to really have a play about with the steering and just see how it's behaving before you get there. Because if you start hitting the brakes and then the car drags to the right, it's going to scare the absolute life out of you, isn't it?
Indeed it is, and it seems like Anthony's really struggling with it here, as he's having a car that seems to me it wants to drag to the left. I would be surprised if he keeps on running and doesn't come in at the end of this lap for repairs, because it seems pretty bad here. Oh, that's Steve Clays.
That's Verheyen, isn't it, trying to get through as well, who we were looking at before.
Like, mind you, somehow...
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, Steve Clays in the lead in the class, because...
How? I don't know how. I mean, I don't think they've had a pit stop. They have had a pit stop, but it doesn't seem like they've been in there for very long. I think they might have just run wide or had an issue actually. It was at the beginning of the race as well. They got caught up, I think. But yeah, Steve Clays has managed to get this car back to the front of the class for now. The unlucky 13. There's the Pro Oils car just next to them there. That's Robin Daniels in that machine there. 39th at the moment, up 2 places from where they started. Simon Van Dijk at the moment in the Stage 1 Mazda Cup is out of the race actually. So is Arafag and Dayens as well. Unfortunately, we've lost a couple of them. Here's Stefan Kalbrecht in the very beautiful BMS Motorsport Metallic RS3. Huge fan of how that car looks. It's always good. It shows you how well the spec maps have come on in iRacing to give us metallic cars. And the battle for the lead in TCR is, well, pretty spread out now. You've got 21 seconds back from Ben Thayens to Hendrik de Greve in the Flemish SimSports TCR car. Then it's Janos Scheiner in the SimTag racing machine. And it seems like that's really opened up, actually. It's quite a distance, 31 seconds to the class leader. So something's definitely gone wrong for those guys there, despite the only minor contact that they had earlier. This is Renzo now trying to make his way back through the order because he's behind some of the GT4 cars in overall position. And to be honest, when you have a bit of a drop down like that, like you said before, Hasse, it can really become a race of driving frustrated. But hopefully we don't see that from Renzo and he manages to keep his pace on point for the rest of it. But yeah, it's a bit of an uphill struggle from then on once you've had an issue, as Robbie Hansens is about to come out for Fast Racing Team.
Yeah, he comes back out in what I think will be 7th place in front of Pierre-Yves Cottal from the Scott. Well, that's the Scott by Simracersworld, of course. The bike car. Another specifically cycling thing here at Zolder is the BioRacer bridge. BioRacer, of course, Belgian makers of very high quality cycling apparel. And I can tell you that because I've owned some of it myself and ridden it to death over the course of 5-6 years. Amazing quality. So any cycling kit sponsors or anything, hit us up.
I was just saying about Kalbrecht, and he's gone and binned it. So there's the Chaz. The Chaz curse has come in.
The Chaz curse.
And he's off the circuit. He's going to try and get it. Oh no, he's disappeared. Oh, he's come back. It's just a little blip there. He's very safely doing a 3-point turn. It's quite Austin Powers-like. Jason Glenn is really wanting these likes to come in so we can get Hasse to do some Dutch commentary. We've actually just lost one. Oh no, never mind. I think someone's just clicking it profusely because it keeps going between 88 and 89. So I think someone's.
I have it at 90 at mine here.
Ah, okay. I think. Well, oh yeah, it's just flicked to 90 at mine as well. I think someone is hoping that by clicking it more, it'll just gradually count up the total and go higher than that. We need 10 more, and then we can get maybe a good minute of Hasse just reading out some of the names and getting some Dutch commentary in for you guys. We want to make sure that we keep this entertaining for you. It is a 3-hour race, and as I'm sure you can all appreciate, it's not just a case of saying what you see over these ones. The PG Motorsport GT4 car has taken over the honours of keeping us entertained, it seems. Oh, it gradually goes around. That's Jamie Mealing. And that's a position lost there to the 88 that's just driven through. Oh, okay. You can do that all you want, mate, but it's not going to move. Oh, and that. Take that, he says. Damn wall. Jamie Mealing does recover, though.
It's the traction control system of the Porsche that makes such recoveries hard indeed here. I think Senna Hulsmann, he knows exactly what to do. As he, I think, turns on the pit speed indicator, or the limiter, pit speed limiter, which turns off the traction control and allows you to spin the wheels to get the car around there.
Yeah, little hint for people as well, actually. In GT3 cars, if you ever do end up with a race that's a standing start, or in a GTE car, do put the pit limiter on. Just remember to take it off. Because a friend of mine we did a bit of a fun GTE race a while ago. I was in the Ford GT, and so was he. And he said, put your pit limiter on, and then once the car gets going, take it off. And we were starting on the same row of the grid. We got an incredible launch. I think we gained about 4 or 5 places each. It wasn't long after the GTE cars came out. And he forgot to turn his off, so by the time it got to the speed, it was like he was in reverse. All these GTE cars just came flying past. And that was that for him. We'll just join our race leader, who now has a 47-second lead. And just to show you that it's not just a definite gap, there it is. You can see the red number 2 just at the top of your screen there, just going into the chicane now, highlighted in yellow. And, well, naturally the race leader disappears because he's that far ahead on the map. We'll stay with him, but you can just see now how spread out this whole field is. And that is the positions as well, by the way, not the car numbers on the map that you can see there. And to be honest, I mean, you don't really get the scale of how narrow this track is, do you, from the map? But it's so thin. I mean, even in a radical, we'll go on board now. There's not a lot of room really to get past everyone, but it's just it's the pace of these radicals. It really does amaze me each time. That's the number 15 G-Drive car in front there. That's Pim Bao, just going past here on board with Fabrice Cornelis. And to be honest, the body language of the drivers and the way they're animated in iRacing makes them look so calm through everything they're doing. But I imagine that's exactly how Fabrice is right now. I bet he's really calm about it. Just a little a sort of teaser as well, by the way. I have been in talks with Fabrice, by the way, guys, just to try and bring maybe his webcam in for one of these rounds, even if it's for a short time. When we have a look, I'll see whether we can get it sorted for the next round. But we are going to try and get footage of Fabrice while racing. Maybe a bit difficult for my PC to process all of it, but we'll see what we can do. And maybe in future we will see him as he is and when he races. Sarzinski, talk to me about this guy, Hasse, because he's dropped off Cedric Wouters at the moment, but he's got a good gap over Castacow. It's bit of a lonely one at this moment in time.
Yeah, indeed he is, and we're very much on the, I was about to say slow, but steady pace at Spa. They were not slow at all, but they were very much steady. And I feel like Johan's on the same kind of mission here today. Although I also think that bit of damage there to the left front of his car might be impeding him maybe a bit more than some of the others, because I could imagine that would be sufficient to take away quite a bit of the front-end downforce of the Radical. The Radicals who are just tiny, and as you said before, Chaz, even for them, doesn't feel like there's a lot of space, does it? And sometimes these cars maybe even they wally disappear behind, come up behind to overtake or just go past and we see him from behind. So it is a lot of space here at Zolder.
Oh, sorry, my internet has had an absolute meltdown for just a moment there, everybody. Sorry about that. We are all good. It is perfectly in time, though.
100 likes! 800 likes! And underlining for the Radicals is Fabrice Cornelis for Simtag Racing in tweede position. Cedric Wouters en Johan Sarzinski daar in derde. Vierde is Alex Cascato for Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing. And Kobe Clash for Dynamics Racing Optica in fifth position.
And there you go. That's Hasse on a do we call it a Dutch rampage? I imagine there's something that probably means something worse, but we're not going to get into that now. Tommy Rao leading the way in the Porsche class. I hope that was worth the 100 likes, everyone. I really do. Tommy Rao doing everything he can, and that's a name for Allied Racing Esports Belcar. Colin Carizani, I'm going to go for. That's a really, really cool name. I like that one. And teamed with Pedersen as well. They're proper race driver names. It's a 6.7 second gap now to the EMG car at the front. Thank you, by the way, everybody, for the 100 likes. We really do appreciate that. Really, really do. It's great to have you all here. Don't forget to subscribe to Simracersworld TV as well. And Allied Racing Esports say, what kind of English or Dutch is that? Absolutely love it. Well, it was entertaining, I tell you that. Let's have a look at a battle on track, shall we? This is Anthony Beekman chasing Brian Crowles for Track Velocity Racing, and much like the TCR cars, because these GT4 cars aren't the fastest things in the world, we do get some really good battling out of them, don't we?
Yeah, really, and you mentioned upon it earlier as well that the fastest TCRs are really just mixing in with the bottom end GT4s, and Beekman here, he's battling the Track Velocity Racing car, I think it is indeed. We got a bit confused by the fact that it's white at the rear end, but it's nice to see here an hour and 13 minutes. We're almost halfway through the race and we still have battling on track that's with margins of less than a second. Really close here, and with all this traffic and all that's having to be taken into consideration for the drivers, I think that's quite impressive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that these guys can be so close together, despite all these cars going around them. You know, even they may be overtaking some slower traffic while they get overtaken themselves. It's amazing that they do manage to still have their own battles. Just behind them, though, in the background there, is Bram Renier as the class leader, almost a lap ahead now of their competitors. And that Torque Freak Racing GT4 car doesn't just look good, but it goes good as well. That spec map as well, I haven't had a proper look at that one, but the fact it's very metallic blue, but then there's satin patterns on it as well. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Yeah, it's kind of a... I was about to say bronze, but it hardly even is. It's still at the same time, it really is, and it's got this beautiful shine to it, and it really adds to the overall perception of the car, and it just stands out so well. Yeah, thanks, Pierre-Yves, by the way. I'm glad you think it wasn't that bad.
Good stuff, good stuff.
I think Dutch is probably my fourth or fifth language down the rows of different languages I've like sort of learned a bit of here and there and such. So it's a good bit of fun to flex a bit of it here live on stream.
You know what that means now, everybody. Get 150 likes in, and Hasse is going to do the other 4 languages within a few minutes of each other for you. So make sure that you crack on and get those likes in, because it's going to get wild in Hasse's house in a minute. We've got Cedric Wouters in the pits at the moment. He's coming from 2nd place. Sven Grutans wants more TCR. There you go, there's Ben Thayens. So Cedric Wouters is in 3rd position. I'm only joking. We'll go and have a look. Ben is currently leading this class very, very easily now for G-Drive Racing Xemia. He has a 15-second gap over the car behind, which is Hendrik de Grave. I'd scratch that actually, not 15-second gap, it's a 35-second gap. So Hendrik is quite far behind, but I'll tell you what, when you've got a car that looks as good as the Flemish Sim Sports car, I don't think I really mind, to be honest. What a great looking car that is. But in these classes, we've seen that when the traffic does get involved, it can be so easy for there to be an issue. When there's just tiny misunderstanding with a faster car coming through, it can change your race completely. We've seen it a lot of times, and we saw it with the Sim Assist. Well, yeah, it was the Sim Assist car, wasn't it, at Spa? Got involved in the McDonald's Audi, and as I said at the time, he wasn't loving it, was he? To be honest, it was it was quite the opposite at that moment in time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was catching me out with that one yet again. Take the mind back. I'd all but forgotten about it, but it still stands and still holds water to me. Amazing chess. But what's happened here to Stefan Kalbrecht on the replay?
Oh, get a deja vu, that, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. He's actually had one of those spins before at that very location. And he's very...
Oh no, I thought he'd gone back to the pits then. Sorry, I was going to say, is he going to give it the Austin Powers, or is he going to do just a complete reset to the pits? But fortunately, keeps it going, and he plays it nice and safe, getting back on as well. And it's that sort of safety and rejoining the circuit that you have to respect in esports, because there's so many times in a race, even in a sprint race or a longer race, no matter what it is, you'll see a guy just go off, have an issue, and just pile straight back on the circuit in frustration, really sort of carelessly, and it can ruin someone else's race, and it's good that we're not seeing that, really.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that's generally a thing that over the last few weeks and months here with the corona crisis and subsequent lack of real sports that's really given rise to a breakthrough, you could say, of sim racing, is that there's a lack of danger, you can say, in sim racing. That's a danger that's very much present in real life racing, that kind of puts you on your best behavior because you really don't want to have an accident in real life, and I feel like that does require a little bit more of the sim racing than in terms of plain and simple respect for one another, and that kind of sense that you have to leave the space, to quote Fernando Alonso. Always you have to leave the space.
Leave it the space.
Leave it the space! Through the chicken!
That was...
sorry about that.
That was Stefan Kalbrecht having another issue there at the chicanes, unfortunately. And another one, it seems. Stefan's having a nightmare in this Audi at the moment, but fingers crossed and get it sorted out. We saw Pierre-Yves Cortal chasing down Brent Verheyen a moment ago. Had a bit of an issue going in towards the Villeneuve chicane, but haven't we all? I'll tell you what, if you say that you've been through the Villeneuve chicane and every time you've done it right, you're an absolute liar, I tell you, unless you're Fabrice Cornelis, who probably has. But it's such a difficult corner to get right. It really, really is. And I think that some of these radicals really have to be careful in there. I mean, well, all cars do, but the radicals especially, because the curbs around this track are so frightening when you're in one of these things. They're almost double the height of some of the radicals, I think. But it's just knowing that how much damage that can do to a car because of how fragile they can be. But I mean, breezing around the outside of the GT4 traffic, but again, a bit deep on the brakes, and it really compromises your line, and you lose so much pace from there. And we've had some compliments come in for the overlays as well, by the way. We have updated a lot of our overlays on Simracersworld TV. We do have to give a big shout out to SDK Gaming for it, though. It's an incredible piece of software. I spent about 6 hours yesterday and about 2 hours this morning learning a hell of a lot more in terms of all the colours codes you can do and all the components you can mess with, and we feel that we've really got it nailed down now. We've got the fonts matched up to all of the Sim Racers branding as well, and obviously the colours for the Virtual Belcar, which you can see on the left hand side, and we think it looks very, very pretty. But if you do see anything that's even if you do like it, just chuck us the compliments. I'm not going to go fishing for them, but just in case, if there is anything you think needs changing or anything that doesn't quite look right, then do let us know, and I will be happy to sort it out. I may not be able to do it over the course of the stream, though. Do bear that in mind. A lot of it does go on behind the scenes when the stream isn't active, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that you guys are happy with the content we put out. We've actually got a battle going on here as well between Robbie Hansens and Jorn van den Akker, and I remember last time at Spa, so that car was Jorn van den Akker, wasn't it? It was in a pretty bad way.
Indeed it was, and he's kept it very clean. It's like he's had a bit to make up for there from last time around, going into the hairpin. Here they are, very close still, and I think that is also a thing. I know that from my own experiences with the sim racing. If you've had a poor race, just that more driven to just want to make the right decisions, and for sometimes it really comes off, and then you have these very frustrating races where you mean so well, and then none of it really comes off. But at least for Jorn, it's been good so far.
And that's another car on screen there with a really nice spec map on it. The Fast Racing Team car, nice matte black front end on it, and then the Fast Racing Team logo down the side, and the big strikes on the side as well, all in gold, and it looks absolutely awesome. Really, really nice bit of kit.
Yeah, and we saw that last week, Chaz, and it wasn't really... I don't think it had the spec map on it last week when we saw it, at least not from me. And seeing it now with it just makes so much more sense, and it really ups this livery from something that, let's say it was underwhelming, but it wasn't striking in the way that it's striking now.
Yeah, definitely. It just, as we were saying before, it adds so much to a livery. It really does. And it's those little touches that can make all the effect. You know, the chrome doesn't stand out completely, but in the right lighting conditions, looks bang on. Tommy Rouse still leading the way in the Porsche Cup class at the moment, just in case you didn't know them before. The Porsche Cup and all the other classes as well should be at the top of your screen, but for some reason it isn't wanting to show up at the moment. Thank you very much. Lovely. So that's not showing anymore. Sorry about that, guys. Let's have a look. No? No. No, apparently not. Apparently doesn't want to. We're getting a lot of requests in. Yeah, Andy Hopley says, can we get next week's winning lotto numbers on there as well? And the map at the top right. And the team names instead of driver names. We can only display the driver names, guys. We can't change that at the moment, unfortunately. You're just going to have to deal with that one, I'm afraid. The team names should show up in the live timing, though. I'll just get the link for you and pop that in there so you can keep up with that. That will show the driver name and that as well. Let's have a look. I know you can't do this at the moment. Well, you have at least 8 different colours working on it, while there are 4 colours. Not quite sure what you mean by that, buddy.
I think that he might refer to the car colors that is shown next to the class color in the live timing.
Oh yes, that is just pulled in from the iRacing, the colour of the car in iRacing. That's not something we can get rid of. That's just info that has to be brought in. The gap back to Carizani. Let's have a quick look. At the moment, it's 6.8 seconds. Here is Colin in the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine, and to be honest, they really, really haven't managed to pull away at the moment in the EMG Motorsport car, have they?
No, it's been pretty much stalemate, I believe, since early days. It's still less than 7 seconds, and last time I looked, that was on lap 4, I believe. The gap was about 4 seconds, and that's with all this traffic that's taken place. And as we know from anyone who's watched any type of endurance racing before will know that traffic giveth and traffic taketh, and that's a thing that can go both ways. So nothing is decided.
Oh no!
But
massive accident between these two. Launch. That was SpaceX Mark II there, everybody. Matthias Tatij got involved in that one. I think was it Jonas Windy? Yeah, it was. Oh, he gets smacked by the GT4 car and through the air it goes. Look at that. Massive hit for the JJ Motorsport car. And once again, iRacing exaggerating the physics a bit. Luckily, it rolls out of the way. And yeah, straight back to the pits, understandably, but that is definitely not a prime condition Porsche at the moment. And this is your race leader, though, and that is a prime conditioned Radical. It's just flying at the moment. It's Fabrice Cornelis. Second place, Lucas Dolzer in the SimRC Club Sport car. Again, another one that was doing really well at Spa, but again, towards the end of the race, faded away a little bit. They're doing fine now, though. Second place, have got 38 seconds back to Jorn van den Akker, who's barely a second ahead of Robbie Janssens just behind here. And that is Erin Baba in the Stasis car, but a lap down on these guys at the moment. 2 laps down on the race leader too. We do have the track map in the top right, just so you can see the spread of the field. It won't be there permanently though, guys. It's not something that I'm a huge fan of, but it's good to show you just how populated the track is, and you can see this first and second sector actually. It's really, really clogged up at the moment, isn't it, Hasse?
It really is, Chaz. I think it's going to be like ebb and flow with the traffic on track. It seems to be swinging around like just where the traffic is heavy, and it's really, I think, on a track like this, some tracks you can actually try and time it with pit stops and such, but on a track like this, there's no chance anyways. I was just looking through the standings and quite impressed that the number 13 G-Drive GT3 Cup Porsche is up into 6th place, because they were all the way at the bottom of the field on the opening lap, I think, and they've had to make up a lot of places there, a lot of traffic to go through, and they're now sitting well in the mid of the Porsche Cup class, and it's Marvin Amants in the car, of course, now taking over. Just incredible that they have actually been able to, over the first half of the race here, pull themselves back into contention, and at this rate, could even be fighting for some of the really good stuff at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree on that point. We're nearly halfway through, like you say. And Marvin Gilliam Amants, I mean, he put in a demon stint at Spa last time we saw him as well. And his teammate Steve Clays has been just the master of cutting through traffic and making up places. These guys have had a nightmare at the start of both races and really dropped positions. They've had damage to the car. But the recovery drive that we've seen on both occasions now, and up till now as well, I mean, touch wood, there it is. Nothing bad happens to them over the course of the rest of the race, because they really do deserve a good position at this point. I've only just noticed the comment in chat as well, actually, which is nice to see. It says, Chaz, Marvin Amants' grandparents are watching, so just give them something to see Marvin, and here you go, we're actually riding on board with him at the moment, so doing a great job though. And to be fair, I'm not biased from saying that now, because in all honesty, him and Steve have been flying. Okay, I'm scared now. That might have been a commentator's curse. He had a bit of a slide there. So we'll look at something else so he doesn't go flying off. This is Anthony Beekman, and just in front of him is Mats Breckpot, and, well, that's the car that hit the JJ Motorsport machine earlier, and I don't know whether having no bonnet would be better for this thing. It might be a bit more lightweight, but that's definitely not how you want the car to be, is it?
It really isn't. I don't think they are playing on that as well. And it does just seem to be quite far down on pace. Seems in no position to really fight for that track place. And it's down into what, 7th? 6th in class now, as a bit of radical traffic. And they went side by side there, coming down towards turn 1. I think that was, of course that's not for track place, because that's Baba, and then in the art car, the Stasis art car, and he's a bit away back.
Yeah, it's we've just brought the numbers up on the left hand side as well, everybody, so you can see the car numbers, and we'll also give you the positions in class as well, if you'd like them. But it does get a little bit confusing on the left hand side, because all you've got to differentiate them is the colour strips. There are reasons we don't use all of these things, trust me. Some of it can look very, very ugly indeed, but it does have the ability to do so. It's just that we like to keep things simple and have overall. You can determine who's wearing class anyway from the strips usually. But car numbers are there as well for you. You can see a lot of these radicals actually have the smaller numbers in the field as well, which is something I'm quite a fan of, to be honest. We tend to see that in the LMP1s as well, when you have the WEC. Look at this massive, massive train of cars here. We'll go on the chopper cam. There's just Porsches everywhere. There's just literally Porsches all over the place. And then you've got an Audi TCR, that's the Pro Oils car in the middle. That's the Red Ant car getting very close to the Stage 1 racing machine. And I tell you what, those Red Ant boys, they're certainly not subtle, are they? Look at all these Cup cars together. The Stage 1 car runs wide. That's the class leader as well.
It's indeed the class leader, Chaz.
That's Tommy Rao getting caught up in there in the 39 EMG Motorsport car. He needs to be really careful here. Just behind him, that's Pim Bao. He goes down the inside, makes it 3 wide, pushes the Stage 1 car wide. Wow, that was gutsy stuff there, and he manages to get away with it. And the 15 really gets stuck there. That's Pim Bao getting stuck behind the 4 wide. There's one of the... Oh, that's the Scotland Sim RC car, and that is a massive, massive incident. Oh, it didn't need to happen, boys. There's cars in the middle of the road. They get out of the way, luckily. Oh, it just didn't have to happen, guys. He goes on the right, and to be fair, yeah, he's going along, and that's second place in the Cup class as well. That's the 13 car, which we said, touch wood, nothing happens to. And, yeah, the commentator's curse has done that. And then we have one of the GT4s. I'm not sure who that was, but that certainly wasn't obeying yellow flags, was it? Let's have another look.
The 15 car makes a bit of contact with the Pro Oils car, and that drives him to get over to the right-hand side of the track, and that closes the door on both the Radical and the 911 Cup car coming through.
Yeah.
And indeed, as the track also bottlenecks at just the wrong moment there. Oh, that's a huge incident indeed. Such bad luck.
Yeah, there was a humongous hit though from one of the others as well, just coming through here. I'm just trying to find which one we were looking at. It's the GT4 Porsche comes through there as well. That was the car that actually already had damage on it. That was the Ola Lulu Racing car as well, that unfortunately has another hit to its name now after that. But wow, huge incident there, and that determines the fate of a lot of these drivers in this race as well. I mean, that was the second place car in the Porsche class as well, and that is a massive hit to their race. That was the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine, and it's Colin Carazani just coming in now. Such a shame, but again, it was the Radicals coming through. 5 wide not working for some reason, says David Barraclough. Yeah, I don't often see it work, and there's more reason for it not to. This is for position as well, actually, by the way. That's Renzo just getting past Brian Crowles in the Track Velocity Racing car. Probably one of the cleanest cars on the track, to be honest. And seeing as it's bright yellow, you'd be pretty sure to see some of the damage on it, wouldn't you, if there was any?
They've kept it squeaky clean so far, indeed. So just having a look at what that crash meant to the running order of the Porsche Cup cars, because now EMG is going to be ahead by a massive margin indeed. And I believe Matthias de Tisch in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car is going to get a position on Allied Racing Esports, unless of course they have yet to use their fast repair, which we will see. They might be able to stay in second. Of course, they are going to lose big time to EMG, who's going to be having time to spare. I was about to say on the lead. I think they're going to be well over a minute ahead of second place there.
Yeah, these gaps can open up and close up again very quickly because of incidents like that. Here's Hugo de Wilde in 4th place for Dillehay Racing Team by TX3. He's only half a second ahead of Rob Janssens, and I tell you what, every time we've seen Rob on the track at the moment, he's always been chasing somebody down, so fingers crossed for him that he can make a position now on the 42 machine. We've got Eric saying the car numbers are a big improvement. Thank you very much, mate. I personally, again, I don't like too much info on screen all the time at once. I'm personally not a fan of having the numbers on there. In a NASCAR format, yeah, potentially, but on these cars you can't always see the numbers, so it's not so clear to everyone. But still, if it works for you, then that is all good by me. So, again, we come back to this point though, that the Radicals are still fighting, and this is 1.5 hours into the race, halfway through, and they're within a second of each other. It's just a crazy turn of events each time we come back to these guys. And now that the pit stops are out of sync as well, you know, some of them pitting for damage while others might not be, that really throws an extra spanner in the works, and it also means that we don't have a clue where some of these pit stops are synced up with each other, do we?
No, not at all. The strategy is going to be very skewed by now, and it's I think it's going to be a big luxury to be able to be on your original strategy at this point in the race. It is, I think, still happening for a couple of the cars. We did see a few pit stops pretty much right on the 1 hour 30 minutes mark, which means that it's the perfect time to switch drivers and so on here. Thomas Stockmann's taking over the lead car. Just have a look at the gap. It's quite impressively here as Lukas Stolzer is in...
yeah, Pimbau's had an issue in front. That's a real issue for those guys there. That's Pimbau got him. Whoa, the stage 1 car cuts up the class leader. That was Bram Reniers in the Torque Freak racing car. That could have been a very serious incident for them there. We'll have another look at what happened to Pimbau. Comes out the corner. Yeah, again, doesn't leave the space on the left-hand side to the 21, and that was Jochen Lennertz in the Dynamics Racing blue car. He doesn't hold the brakes though in that instance, and he really should have just slammed on.
Yeah, indeed. And I also think it's a part of the track that really catches out a lot of drivers, because you don't necessarily think about just how much you have to turn and hold left if you decide to go too wide, because you straight line it so much that the straight line there is, well, there really isn't space for anything more than one car on that line. And I think that we've seen it more than once already here over the first half of the race, and it's really been something that it's caught out a lot of drivers so far.
Yeah, it can happen so quickly as well when you're in the car. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, by the way. We have Hugo de Wilde in 3rd, then we have Jorn van den Akker in 4th. Get your words out, Chaz. Robbie Jansen's in 5th. And the gaps are getting smaller and smaller. And once again, we're on board with Robbie Jansen chasing another Radical. And as they come through the traffic, I think we'll stay on board for just a moment here to just have a look at this, because when you're making it through traffic and you can see your opponents doing that as well. We saw an absolutely beautiful move as well earlier on. One side of a TCR car, another car goes down the inside. It's those sort of moments when you judge a manoeuvre and really go for it that can make or break a race. We've got Kemil Yagizoglu. I thought I was going to get his name right first time, but in the Dynamics Racing Optica car a bit further back in this class. And he's another one that's been great to watch during traffic as well in previous races that I've seen. So fingers crossed we'll see him doing the same again this time round. There's also a battle here. Pimbau behind Sufaliers there in the 69 car just in front. That's a Sky Limit race team. That was the Torque Freak Racing GT4 class leader that we just overtook there on the left-hand side. And Rudolf Nagel's come in the pits for SimRC Club Sport. Oh, he's gone straight in the pits.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I think he might have gone to the pits very quickly there. It didn't say that he'd reset to the pits or anything. Oh no, he had been in for a while, sorry. It's just he'd only just lost a position. Here's Olivier Bultink in the BMS car. They've had a bit of a tough day, to be fair. Oh, it was so easy to run wide there. Whoa, scary moment when that wall's coming towards you, isn't it?
And did well to keep on the throttle enough to stabilize the car and to be able to just keep it clear. It's counterintuitive with those front-wheel drive machines, because you want to keep on the throttle when stuff gets slippery, because it's when you get off it and try to steer that the car wants to brake around. So well done there, and we've seen, I remember earlier in the race already once, a very similar incident, so good not to have that add another one to the count.
Oh, Jochen Lennertz has made a big mistake going into there. Then the car really... Oh, and it spins around when he tries to recover. He does the right thing and gets it completely out of the way onto the grass. But that was a very sudden sort of snatch of the brakes into the hairpin there. It just pulled the car to one side. And when that happens to you in this thing, a lot of these guys run really rearward brake bias on these cars. So when it does start to snatch a brake like that, it can be an absolute nightmare. We're just getting asked as well, how many seconds is there between P1 and P2? Bram Reniers is 11.6 seconds ahead of Kevin Lemons at the moment in the Scuderia Sim Racing car. Doing a fine job though. I mean, considering how much of a bad time that they had at Spa, they've really turned it around here to do a good job in this second race of the season. Just the speed of that Stasis Radical going around them there, that was crazy fast. And back out of the Villeneuve chicane they go. But yeah, 11 seconds is the gap to the lead at the moment. so they've got a bit of time to catch up, but they've got quite a while to get that done. 1 hour and 20 minutes left to go in the race. We've also got Munir Arafag here in the Porsche. Robin Daniels is just over a second ahead of them on track, although it's the... Oh, but I've been told that Munir Arafag is in a Audi, apparently, in their class, but that's definitely not an Audi. It's like, that's no Moon. that's no Audi, that is. But it's Robin Daniels in the Pro Wheels Motorsport car, up 7 places at the moment, to 34th place. And Steve Clay says that 5 wide, can't understand. I'm not surprised, mate. I think the radicals coming through just caught people off guard a little bit, just like that there. And I think that's what these radical drivers need to really be careful of, you know, because while it's your move to make in the radical and where you put the car, you have to really be sure that the guys behind are going to see you when you go for it. And we've just had Justin Naya have an issue here. Is it? Oh, we've seen so many guys do that in practice and qualifying, haven't we, Hasse? So easy to do.
It really is, and also a couple of incidents already there at the race, exiting the final chicane, and it's such an easy place to get it wrong. But indeed, as you mentioned before, Chaz, the responsibility does, to a, I want to say to the largest degree, but of course everybody carries responsibility in traffic, but the faster class always has that sort of the power to say I'm going to do it or not. And the problem is really that I think the radicals are very much forced to dive down the inside on a lot of the other cars to actually get the moves done, in order not to lose too much time. While the safe way would, of course, be to wait till corner exit and just blast on through with the acceleration. So it is that kind of stress factor that comes in, that I need to get past, and you can see the relative, and you're losing time to the guy behind, and you want to keep track position, and you know.
Janos Shiner, he's going to have a Shiner after that, isn't he?
Yeah, and they were in a good position for the TCRs for a long time, at least. They were battling for the lead. Fell off for a reason that I cannot really recall at the moment. They might have had another incident as well. That was certainly very unlucky. Here is Renzo Erlenbrook for Red Ant, who has also had a fair share of trouble here.
I think he just ran wide out the chicane, but it picked it up that he'd gone off. It was Justin Naya, just loses it on the brakes. Look, snatches the rears, and he touches the grass, and it flings it the other way. And then the low-down nature of the Porsche's nose uses itself as a ramp. Car bobbling around a little bit there on the apron on the outside, but yeah, it's a real shame for the number 13 as well, as Menno is saying in the chat. Such a shame. And the Cedric Bolland car, of course, the Scott by SimRC car, well, that's not active aero, everybody. That's just damage, unfortunately. It's not a Zenvo ST1 or whatever that car is with the crazy rear wing on it. Yeah, that thing is pretty much done for the day, I'd imagine. We have a really good battle going on here for 5th and 6th in GT4. Anthony Beekman, I think they're actually just regaining some places at this point because they got caught up a little bit earlier on. They've got the Edge esports car of Stefan Rualt behind them. And Janos Shiner is now right behind Sven Kalbert, side by side down the straight even, as the Porsche goes between the two of them. More battles going on in TCR. He wants to make these places back up now and get further up there. That's 3rd in class, so this is a podium finish on offer for this in the Simtag car. And just trying to push your way through. And this is the thing in these TCRs, it's very easy to just dive in a little bit too hard in this car, isn't it? And it runs wide and it kills your momentum, as we've got radicals and Porsches ready to get involved now as well.
They keep it side by side here. It's going to cost them time, but it's brilliant viewing for us here. Of course, we've seen that Janosino, he really has the pace to be at the front of affairs for Simtag Racing, so no surprise that he wants to make his way through. Right now, really being impeded here. That's the 15G drive Porsche as well. Such a shame to see also that the number 13G drive Porsche is in the pits, and I'm afraid it's been in there for quite a while, because and were they a part of that big pile up on the start-finish straight? I don't remember.
Yeah, they had both of the G-Drive Porsches in there, the 13 and the 15. They were both stuck on the left-hand side, and unfortunately, everything came across into them. And that was going to be that for them guys. I really hope they can get back out though and start putting the pressure on these boys again. But you can't guarantee that it's going to be an easy ride. Nearly 250 people watching on the YouTube stream at the moment. Thank you everybody. Please do remember to like the video and subscribe to Simracersworld TV. We have plenty of action coming up in future. Wow, that looked like he was just going straight on then. I didn't remember that he was actually going to go into the pit lane. Now that really caught me off guard. I thought he's going to headbutt someone going into the chicane at that pace, but into the pit lane then comes Anthony Beekman. And I don't know about you, Hasse, but have you ever been caught out by that chicane halfway down the Zolder pit lane? I definitely haven't.
I've only done one race at Zolder, I think, in my time, because yeah, for unknown reasons, it's a great track. But I actually managed to get caught out of that very same chicane in the pit entry as well. So yes, I know it, and we have a relationship. albeit a bad one, but a relationship nonetheless.
Yeah,
I feel like that's the case with so many of these like particular points, and pit entries and exits are actually a thing that's, I feel like, spoken about very rarely and not enough about, because they can be so challenging indeed. Like the pit entry at Mount Panorama is legendary for being absolutely impossible to nail. Who hasn't seen a big old wreck as well at the pit entry at Spa, for instance? Especially the if someone gets across there, it's very narrow as well. Catalonia, Nürburgring, it can go wrong as well. I mean, entering and exiting the pits is a thing that's seldom talked about in both racing and sim racing, indeed. But it's a part of the repertoire nonetheless, and
well,
it's the same here at Zolder.
Yeah, it can be. It's not an easy ride for these guys a lot of the time with everything they've got to think about, though, is it? I mean, we've got Rob Janssens here, who's actually still within a second of Jorn van den Akker, and he's probably just thinking, oh, just go away, just leave me alone. He's constantly filling the mirrors in his pesky little radical. But it's, yeah, not an easy ride for this point either, because you want that podium spot, but when there's a car always knocking on your door, the longer that they're there, the more it becomes a bit of a distraction, don't you think?
Yeah, indeed, and the more you're also inclined to just become ever so focused on the mirrors instead of the road ahead of you, and I think that's really the distracting part in it. Of course, having that thing that's constantly just nagging you and breathing down your neck right on your bumper. And we do also see that, like, some of the really good guys are also better at that mental type of game, that they can withstand the pressure and they can defend and utilize the racecraft. Just take it easy and know that he might be there, but if I place myself here, he's not going past, and if I do this, he's not going past, and so and so and so. So, but it's very, very true, and I think I know it from my own escapades in sim racing as well, that it's one of the worst feelings that I can think of, having someone ride on your tail and he just won't go away. It's horrible.
It really is, and the more that they're there, like I say, it does put the pressure on. We've had Olivier Bultink have an issue here, into turn one. Oh, the tail gets away. I don't know what they've got in the back of that BMS Motorsport car, but next time they stop, they need to open the boot and drag it out, because it's certainly dragging them around.
Yeah, normally it's a problem getting enough rotation on these cars. It seems to be a bit too much of the good stuff for BMS here today, and they'd be looking to just fine-tune their setup for the next race.
Yeah, it's a very tricky car to get right, because I know a lot of guys that have raced it in a lot of TCR leagues and very competitive touring car leagues as well, and they believe that there are teams out there that can just nail the setup and just get it absolutely bang on, while everyone else either struggles to get turning, or they don't have any speed in a straight line, or they have too much, like we've seen here with the BMS Motorsport car. It over-rotates on the brakes and there's just no coming back from it. No matter what you do, you can put your foot down, but it just spins the fronts and it just slips. And yeah, like I say, no coming back from it. Thomas Stockmans is leading the race at the moment. We saw him briefly a moment ago. The SimTag racing car, he is now taking over from Fabrice Cornelis, and he's doing just as good a job in the number 2 machine. These guys are flying and winning the championship at the moment, of course, after round 1. And they won the test race that we did here as well. And now we see them again at the top of the standings. And as they go past the Allied Porsche, one of my favourite cars in the field. And to be fair, Elon Belcar has actually managed to keep it in second place in the number 26 machine, which is quite impressive considering that accident before, isn't it?
I wasn't necessarily expecting that to happen, but it shows that they wisely so kept that fast repair for needy times, and when it was called upon, it came to good use, and they're still in the running, though. I think they've had a little bit of a contact with someone else. I mean, I'd be incredibly surprised to find that the mechanics were able to put the car back together to such a shape in that amount of time. So I take it they must have used that fast repair to get out so quickly again and still be somewhere in the running. Although it's kind of the same situation for both class leaders in the Radicals and the Cup cars now, that it's really theirs to lose. And I know it's a lot to say still here at Zolder with all the traffic and stuff. Still can go in many ways, but I think it's being in that position is just nice. You know, you have the luxury of time. Definitely,
and we've seen that it's not just the guys you're racing in your class that can determine it for you as well. It can be the other classes that are either trying to overtake you or the ones you're overtaking that can cause issues. And we're just on board here with Sven Kalbert, chasing down Hendrik de Grave in front in the Flemish Simsports TCR car. This is second and third in the TCR class, so we had a good battle for the lead earlier. Now we've got the battle for second and third place. Sven's just having a little look at this point. He knows we've got an hour and 8.5 minutes to go. They both go very deep into the chicane. That's the thing about the Audi, though. You can just launch it into a corner, can't you, and then just deal with the consequences when you get there.
Yeah, it really seems to be, and it's I think for these two they have to be mindful that they don't let Mr. Sino behind back into the fold here, because he has shown his pace early on today, and there's a bit of a tap there.
Oh, a bit of a hit. Encouragement, I think we'll call it. a bit of latent encouragement, not discouragement. It'd be discouragement if he quarter panels him, but hopefully he's not going to do that.
No, but as I said, that when you're battling, it just costs you time, and I think this two-way battle could turn into a three-way if they're not being a bit more cooperative with one another soon.
It's easy for there to be miscommunication as well in any form of motorsport, but sim racing as well, where technical issues can creep in even further. And to be fair, this chase is really interesting to watch, because you can just see how much they close up on each other in certain corners and how much they separate when it comes to a sort of more straight section. There's not many straight sections at Zolder, but somewhere where you just sat on the power. And I really think that Sven Kalbert's doing a good job of controlling this at the moment. I think the Flemish Simsports car, has that got something about Kim Behait on the side of it? I think Kim is one of their drivers. I definitely know the name from the series, but anyway, Sven is down the inside. But then it's the outside for the exit, and he's not managed to get it done yet, but he's still got the overlap. And I tell you what, actually, he's managed to keep the speed around the outside, and he's going to be down the inside into turn 1. Can he just get the move finished there? It looks like he can. It's definitely something for Kim Behait down the side of the car as well, which is quite a nice touch. I'll hopefully try and have a look. I can't quite read that. But either way. Oh, sorry, it's actually the company name. I thought it was a nice message down the side, but it's actually the company name. I think it says Garage Behait on the URL at the bottom of the side skirt. But anyway, without me getting distracted, Sven Kalbert now takes second place for Dynamic Simulators Red in class, but 19 seconds ahead, sorry, a minute and 12 seconds ahead is the G-Drive car. And Pentheans, well, it's quiet out here. He's just like he's having... Oh yeah, Kim has a garage and it's sponsoring for the shot. Okay, brilliant. Good stuff.
It does make sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, indeed, the G-Drive car is looking to be at a very tranquil place on the track. It's strange to think that such even exists with the action we're getting used to seeing here. It's been absolute fireworks so far for these first 2 hours that we've been watching so far. And they've been flying along yet again, haven't they, Chaz?
Yeah, and the thing is as well, in this car, the body language does often come across in these machines, because despite it being front-wheel drive, you can tell when someone's really pushing it. It does like a bit of a warble and a bounce around, but when Ben is behind the wheel, and especially Bram as well, Bram Van Putten, they just look so controlled. I mean, look how much white line he took there. The amount of white line that car took. I'm just going to go back to a replay here. This is going to be Sven Kalbert coming back on after just running a little bit wide. But just watch how much white line this car takes without touching the grass on the right-hand side of your screen. Just watch this on the brakes. Every single inch of it. Every single inch of that white line. That was just perfect in the braking zone. And it's those little differences. And to be honest, I'm going to have a little bit of a dig here at Ben, because when I recently commentated him in the Simracersworld TCR series, in this very car, he spun 3 times in one race meeting, clipping the same piece of grass going into a hairpin with the left wheel. And honestly, he spun 3 times, different results each time, whether other people got involved or not. But it seems like round here he can absolutely nail it, whether it is because he's Belgian and he's done probably 400 million laps round here, and whether he's not done that many of Alton Park. But yeah, he really wasn't a friend with the Alton Park grass, but honestly, that sort of accuracy is brilliant. Whether he meant to do that or not, we'll have to see, but I'd be interested to see if he can do it 2 laps running. Whether he knows I'm watching and whether he risks it or not, I don't know. But you know, when you're in a long race like this, or even in a sprint race, and over any sort of pace in a racing driver's mind, it is those tiny little differences, isn't it, that can just lap after lap just add up to some really, really strong performances.
Yeah, it really is. That's that level of consistency that's just enabling them to push on further, and that's clearly where the advantage has come from as well. Paired with the fact that that they've been really good at keeping it patient enough, and they're in a good position now. I wouldn't expect to see any changes, but said we never know.
Senna Hulsmans is getting the lights out there, wasn't he? Just he's saying, "Come on, shift, get out of the way, son. I need to come through here. I'm a lap ahead of you. I'm in a quicker class," and he's still at it with the lights.
Yeah, 3rd in class as well, Sen Hulsmans, and he's been going well for Flemish Sim Sports on the GT4. I think they're in good positions as well, because Hendrik de Grave, he went back past, and now, Dynamics, have they gone in for a pit stop?
I think they have.
I think they have.
Jochen in the Porsche class as well, just moved around a bit on my timing screen there. That's not for position, that battle that you can see there. Let's just have a quick check on this. I'm just trying to find him now. Where's he gone off my screen? There he is. The Dynamics Racing Belcar green machine. Is that the one we were on about? Oh no, the simulator's red, sorry. Jeremy Hessel's. He has gone in the pits and come back out. So, yep, driver change for them. Jeremy is another one that's been in the Simracersworld TCR series. And he was a big fan of not really qualifying high up, but managing to gain so many places throughout a race. And in that series as well, I became a very big fan of a certain camera angle in the TCR car, which is the gearbox cam, where you can hear all the rasp and the beautiful sound of this TCR machine. So what we'll do is we'll go on board, and in a NASCAR style sort of crank it up way, we'll run on board and we'll turn the volume up for just a moment, and you can witness the beautiful sounds of the Audi RS3. You get a bit of Porsche thrown in there as well for the Red Ant car coming through, but doesn't that Audi sound absolutely fantastic, Hasse?
I really love it. It's like hearing something from the 70s.
Yeah, proper
when you're listening
like,
to
toy racer car.
Exactly, and the popping and the banging, and not necessarily in the way that modern hot hatches do it, where it's perhaps all a bit too much, all a bit too dialed up.
Yeah, it's
to
fake.
11.
It's fake. I don't like it.
Becomes too much, but that just a single one, and it's beautiful. I love that. Gotta love that.
Oh, if we were on Twitch, someone clip that, please. The lighting as well is actually dimming quite a lot now. We're gonna almost be under lights by the time this finishes. We're a couple of seconds away from having 1 hour of this race left to go. This is for position. This is Pimbao in the number 15 car trying to get past Justin Naya in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar Porsche. And they're trying to make a bit of a recovery of this now, Hasse, and unfortunately it's something that we've seen all too many times from the G-Drive cars. They just seem to get caught up in incidents, don't they, early on?
Indeed, it was the same show, I believe, from him as well at Spa last week, and I don't know, it's when thinking about exactly what they got caught up in, it's also something where you think, well, what are you supposed to do in such a situation? It's really out of your own hands, and I think that's the fate of so many of these teams that experience these incidents. But yet again, it also just leaves you to think maybe that should we be a little bit more careful and should we keep a little more distance and so. But yeah, all this, it's once the racing is going on and it's in the heat of the moment, you tend to forget everything about trying to take it easy and keep distance, and you just want to get past that car in front.
Oh, definitely. We're seeing that from Pimbao now as well. Really, really pushing to try and get past this Stage 1 Racing Belcar machine. And tell you what, Justin Naya was putting up a really good fight too. He hasn't really taken it lying down, so you never know, he could come back here, but Pim just seems to really have this car hooked up. Look at the exit speed as well, just how he puts the power down and runs away. It's just visual pace. He's also on the flashing lights now, just to say to the car in front, out of the way please. I think, is that the Ola Lulu racing car? No, they're out of the race, so I'm very much mistaken. It's the 528 car of Munir Arafag. And now they have a green strip next to their name, so they are actually in a Porsche GT4 now, not the TCR class, as we previously saw. And at the front of this class, don't forget, it's Kevin Lemons in the Scuderia Sim Racing car, because Tim Claysons is just coming out of the pit lane now in that class. A little bit of damage over the front of that car, but I don't think they've had any real issues. Yeah, it came in the pits as normal. So Kevin Lemons has overtaken them in terms of overall position. Quite an ironic name as well, Kevin Lemons, seeing as the car's that colour.
Yeah, it really is. Catch me up with that stuff, Chaz.
And it's not the only yellow one as well. Don't forget Brian Krauls also, but unfortunately Krauls hasn't in the word lemon. Gus Gunther's had an issue, I'm afraid. He's not started another space program, has he? Let's have a look. Is the back end just going to come around? Oh, it wiggles a little bit and then it goes again. So we've seen that happen a few times, you know. I mean, before tonight, I'd not ruled that was good. Good evasion there, I like that. Before tonight, I haven't seen it really do that much in terms of wiggling around. I mean, I've seen cases where it sort of goes gradually, but I've never seen it really wiggle as much as we've seen here. Attila Sipos for SimTags coming out, by the way. We've got also Kevin Lemons is going to be overtaken here for position by the Red Ant racing car. Obviously not in class, but in overall position. Tim Claysons is 53 seconds behind, so we'll have to see what goes on there. Some of the cars are all closing in on each other in... Pimbao and Justin Naya. Oh, Justin's in the pits. Oh, we've got a car around. That Jelle Verstraeten in the 67 machine. We're not seeing much of this today. Oh, he just lights up the rears. Oh, he spins it the other way. Oh, and it hits the wall quite hard.
It's a big amount of contact there, and they're fifth in class. Sixth, I'm sorry.
That was their team. So, no, it wasn't their team. Sorry, it was Rudolf Nagel just gone past them now as well. So you were right for about probably half a second there.
Indeed. They also had a pit stop that I have to say I was a bit caught out by them taking. They seem to have gone quite a bit away down the order as well. That they were running at the head of the field at Spa for so long. That car seems a little unsettled to me as well. Of course, it's going to have been tough at this point now, over 2 hours into the race, especially for the Radicals. We mentioned that earlier as well. The Radicals, they are fragile little things. They do seem to break pretty easily here as Thomas Stockmann, the class leader, the overall race leader, is coming in.
He's had an issue here. He's been hit.
No!
Oh, no! That was one of the TCRs, I believe. Was that the BMS Motorsport car? The number 30, was it? No, it wasn't. It was the other one. There's actually, I didn't even know there was two of them. Bart Levens in the 45 didn't quite see him coming there. We'll have another look at it from above. Or will we, actually? He goes around the outside. Yeah, I don't even think Bart knew he was there. Then hits the front of it and damages the car. And that's what has put them in the pits. So Cornelis thinks, right, time to jump in. We've still got Robbie Hansons chasing down Van den Akker. He's just there in front of us. I'm going to keep my eye out as well for when Kevin Lemons comes in the pit lane. As Jeff De Hayes has said in the chat, it's going to be close with Claessens when he... well, it's easy for me to say. Close with Claessens when he comes back out. We've got some of the car numbers on the left-hand side in a different colour there. How have they managed to do that? Because it shouldn't be. They're all overwritten in white. Maybe some of the guys that we've not got... oh, it's... tell you what, actually. EF Vangenekten is in the Vapor Shop RDR car. I've not seen much of these guys in this one so far. EF Vangenekten is such a quick driver. He's very, very quick in GT3 cars. And I imagine he's going to do the same in these Cup cars as well. And to be fair, any performance by him that I've seen so far has been pretty untouchable. Suffley is the car in front. Sky Limit Race Team's just come in the pits now. There's one of the G-Drive cars coming in too. That's the number 13, Steve Clays. And that has had a big issue and more damage to it, unfortunately. That's had a proper issue, hasn't it? I mean, I can't imagine it went out of the pit lane like that, but it's come in an absolute state. Very strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. So, Chaz, we're breaking it a bit on my end there, but they are leaving the pit lane. Strange enough, I think it could just be the best the mechanics can do at this point. Mind that they've been in quite an accident with that car, and to be fair, I have seen cars look that way, and just when the mechanics are like, "Yep, we've done what we can with this machine. Now get out there." And this meatball of a car. So, bit of a shame to see. They were doing so well, the number 13 car, and I really had my hopes up for a strong recovery there. It would have been a beautiful story to the race to see them finish high up, but I'm afraid it isn't to be so.
Yeah, apologies for that there, everybody. My internet, the wonderful consistency that the Vodafone internet has at my house was once again showing its best. Hopefully you did hear Hasse though, because he has some very good points to make. Just going to see, has Lemons come in yet? Doesn't look like it. Still out there. Whoa, only just all over the gravel out of turn one. That was a hell of a moment, and he manages to keep it together. Attila Sipos has had an issue in the RS3. Maybe down at turn one. Is the back end going to come around on the brakes? Curb unsettles the car a bit. No, apparently not. Maybe the software picked something up that. Maybe it was just during the internet issue. It thought something had happened. You never know. So we're into the last hour now, though, on this one, Hasse, and what a race we've had. I mean, some of these guys have driven very controlled races. Some have been caught up in incidents, and we've seen some great battles all the way up and down. That's the BMS car there, scaring the life out of the G-Drive Porsche. And me. That BMS car has scared one of the Radicals, well, literally hit one of the Radicals off the track, and then scared the life out of them as well. This is Jeremy Hessels, and behind in class is one of my favourite drivers in the series. It's Keanu Bourguignon, who, through no fault of his own, earned the nickname in the Le Mans 2.4 hours that we did of Keanu Reeves Beef Bourguignon. Because why not? And he was a good sport about it, so don't worry. But Keanu flying at the moment in third place in class, but not flying as much as Ben Thayens, it must be said. Ben is... he's on another planet at the moment, isn't he, Hasse?
It really is, and the good thing for Keanu is the gap is just 3 seconds up to Jeremy Hessels up ahead, so that battle very much still alive. and both cars have now been delivered, you can say, to the respective teammates of the guys who were hot in it before, and had some points earlier about the differences in dynamics you can see when you have a driver change. So it's going to be interesting to see just how that pans out.
Yeah, I hope they can sort it out. He's just trying to get around the BMS car there, around the outside, 3 wide with the Porsche included as well, which is always good fun to see. Apologies if the stream is dropping in and out a little bit, everybody. There is seemingly an intermittent issue with my internet at the moment. It does have its little blips, so I'm trying to make sure that it stays consistent, but as I'm sure you can all appreciate, there's only a certain amount I can do when it drops out in an unknowing reason for me. Now, here is Elon Bokor, who is actually your leader in class now over Boudouin Kuster. So they've managed to actually wangle that so they've got the lead, and wangle is not an official noun in the English dictionary, so don't coin that phrase from me. But we've got a fight on our hands here, and to be honest, Hasse, like we said before, we're not sure whether the pit stops have actually synced out or not yet, are we? Because one of these could need an extra pit stop, maybe the car in front, of course.
Yeah, indeed, that's exactly what caught us out last time at Spa as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to have the same thing happening to us here, although I have to say that is a dicey moment there. And Boudouin Kuster, who's back in the car now. 39 machine. Well, was that actually for position?
It was, yeah. He's actually gone and done it.
It was for position, and that's actually true, because they wasn't that back far. But I believe that the... just thinking about the Allied car after that crash, they could have gotten quite a lot of stuff sorted there in terms of pit stop necessities, and you know, if I wouldn't be mind blown if they're able to actually run to the finish. It's about 50 more minutes. Doesn't seem to me like they're burning a lot of fuel here at Zolder, which would make sense. There's a lot of braking. There's a lot of slow corners where you're not completely 100% on the throttle and such. So they might just be in a better position than we expected them to be after that big incident.
Yeah, I was wondering how they managed to get the car so high up, to be honest, because even if you do take a fast repair and figure the damage out, obviously you have to still tow back to the pit lane. Anyone that doesn't know, in iRacing, if you see the car disappear from an accident, for example, and go to the pit lane, it's pretty much straight away that they've towed it, but it still makes you wait a couple of minutes as if the car is being brought back. So for them to do that and then still be fighting for the lead is pretty amazing. Might just be the pace of these guys, or whether there's been an issue as well for EMG Motorsport, but wow, good comeback so far. And the fact they were still second, I mean, that was amazing. Here's Kevin Corsius, another incredible name for Sky Limit Race Team. They're third at the moment in class in the number 69 car, and it's another one of those teams that just gets the job done. There's nothing too in your face or crazy about the performance. I'm not saying they're not exciting, but you know what I mean. It's not lighting the world on fire, but they're just getting their podium spot and doing what they need to do. They've got Irfan Ganekton just 5 and a bit seconds behind. He is then 18 seconds ahead of Gregory Vranks in the next Porsche car. They didn't have to tow the car, they said. The Allied car drove back to the pit lane, so they didn't actually lose out really that much from that. They got the fast repair, I think. Confirm that, guys. And then they got straight back on with it. So really, really good turnaround of events here from them. And they've kept the race under control. We just need to keep our eye out on Kevin Lemons. He's still not come in the pits yet. Here he is in the 014 car for Scuderia Sim Racing. Flying around at the moment in the bright yellow machine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite fond of the turnaround that they've had. They were deemed the cause for the start incident at Spa, which took a lot of the rear end of the field out. But as things stand now, leading class is going to be a very, very good achievement for them. And if they manage to win it, that'd be great. They have 56 seconds back to the Torque Freak Racing GT4 car, who was leading the class before, the number 31. So when they do come in the pits, we will keep an eye out for it, and we'll see just how close that battle's going to be. They're going to be hoping not to get caught up in too much of the traffic here. This is Tim Clayson's. Onto the brakes, down the inside. Nicely done. Ah, yeah, they did. They used the fast repair. Thank you very much for the info, guys. And I hope that the rest of the race goes well for you. It's good to see you leading the class. I love your livery, I must say. I really do. And this is getting dicey now, the 69. That's a Sky Limit car. And then, of course, the Torque Freak Racing GT4 machine. Jesse Hendricks is between these guys in terms of position in the number 21. 30 seconds behind. Senna Hulsmans comes in the pits for Flemish Simsports GT4. Jordan and Allied there acting as parrots to each other. Love it. So into the pit lane he goes. Here's Maxime van den Hove, who's going to gain the place for Heli ABK. And that, just down the inside there, is the Sim RC Club Sport car. Don't forget, by the way, Fabrice Cornell is still leading this race by 32 seconds. They are flying at the moment. Here's Hugo de Wilde in second place. Look how mucky these cars are getting as well. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Then it's Jorn van den Akker in third place. In the Porsches, Boudewijn Kuster has taken the lead from Elon Bockhor. And then it's Kevin Corsius in third for Sky Limit Race Team. Kevin Lemons, as we just saw, leading the GT4 class from Tim Clayson's. And Hans Polmans has got in the Flemish Sim Sports car. I believe they're definitely going to hold on to their position. They're 1 minute and 47 seconds ahead of Maxime van den Hove, actually. And then in TCR, Bram van Putten in the pit lane now, getting in the Audi RS3 LMS TCR. And then Jeremy Hessels is second in the Dynamic Simulators red car, and I believe that's going to be the change for the position. Is it not? Apparently Bram is really far ahead. We'll have to wait till Bram comes out of the pit lane. And no, Bram still leads the class by a long shot as well, apparently, to Jeremy Hessels. 2 minutes 24 seconds over Jeremy. So it just shows the issues with those guys, how much that's put pay to it. We've got Keanu Bourguignon for Flemish Simsports TCR in third place. You can see there that the gap is actually not that big, to be fair. The car just at the end of the straight there, that you can see, is the next one in class. 4.3 second gap to them. So plenty of chance to catch back up all over the curbs there. And that's the beautiful thing about these TCRs, is you can launch them at the curbs and get away with it. You really can get away with it. I do like that Flemish Sim Sports car, and to be fair, Jack Werrell is a huge fan as well. Sounds like Hasse has just fallen over and had a fit, so we'll check that he's all right in a minute. He's all right? Are you all right, mate?
I'm just about all right.
He's got his coffee.
Just about.
He's got his coffee, so he's good.
Yes. Here
is Kevin Lemons then, still not pitting, so somehow the whole thing is out of sync at the moment. Attila Sipos just did a personal best in the final sector as well, but Keanu Bourguignon has reacted by doing his personal best in the first sector. So these guys still trading lap times here with just over 40 minutes to go here, Hasse.
It's incredible to see at this point in the race so far in. You'd expect the cars to be a little more spread out by now, but isn't to be so. We still have a number of cars still within relative close contention, and 20 seconds can change so quickly here. So, was that 20 seconds? Oh no, that's to the. I'm sorry, that's a cop car behind. Never mind.
Easily done, don't worry.
But the gap. I was just misreading the gap down between first and second and the GT4s there, because they are indeed close on their lap times, but the gap, I wasn't expecting it to be that big, really. It's almost a minute, and just caught me out a bit because they've been close earlier in the race, and I didn't really see or notice the gap developing to such a point. Same that we've had happen in few of the other classes as well.
Some of these guys have really caught us off guard with it, haven't they? We've got two battles going on in the Porsches, by the way. This is Boudewijn Kuster and Elon Bockhork again, first and second, and then in third and fourth, Kevin Corsius has got EF Van Genekten right behind him now. And Van Genekten, what did I say earlier? Rapid, absolutely rapid, and he is flying. We've just had Kevin Lacroix say battle between Van Genekten and Corsius for P3, please. And here it is, mate. It is cracking on at the moment. And coming through the traffic now is going to be quite the issue. Look at that down the inside there. The Sky Limit car going deep into the chicane though. Catches the Flemish car off guard a little bit. And Bram says the Scuderia car has to pit. Yep, don't you worry, mate. We know. We're waiting to see how they come out afterwards. Keeping an eye on Kevin Lemons.
Oh, so that actually might be the reason why they all of a sudden had a bit of gap in between them, and I thought they were close because they were close earlier. And a pit stop in the GT4s, they can change the tires while they're fueling, and the pit stops are just a lot shorter than for many of the other classes of cars here.
And don't forget, that's for the win as well, so it's going to be really, really tense to see who can get the winning class with that one. Should be exciting to see how that rounds out. Just as well, guys, just let me know, does the stream look alright at your end on YouTube? Because the internet seems to be a bit better at my end now. I really do apologise for that earlier. I do everything I can to make sure that the stream is nice and consistent. We do have all the sort of backup options in place in case it does start dropping down, that it does have a bit latency on it, just so it does sort of push the information through. And oh, Van Genexen really closing in there though. That traffic, this is what I was on about before, Hasse. The traffic can really come into play here. We've got the two GHK cars down the inside in unison, and the Radicals. But now, because Van Genexen got out of the way early, it's actually slowed him down. Although on the brakes there, on the brakes was Kevin Corsius. That's really going to kill his straight line speed. He's got the TCR car in there too. He locks up the brake. There's smoke all over the place from it. I think Kevin's feeling the pressure a little bit here, but the Vapor Shop RDR car really starting to pile the pressure on in the form of VF Van Genexen.
Yeah, indeed. And is that Fabrice Cornelis coming through there? I'm not quite sure.
I believe it might have been, either that or it was the Traxxas car, but yeah, it was Cornelis.
So shows just how cool he is around that traffic. He manages to make it look completely safe, easy, and just very natural indeed, the way he goes around with plenty of space and a well thought out move there. But indeed, Yves van Genegden, who is really piling on the pressure.
Pulls the car off in front. That's Breakpot. Breakpot in the GT4 class has had an issue here at the chicane. What's happened here? Has he hit the curb and bounced it to the right? Oh, he's hit that one and the other one. Oh, big ride for that car. It's not what you want.
And it mightn't look like much, but I'm afraid a hit of that second curb like that is more or less sure to damage the suspension of the car and the floor as well. And I've actually experienced getting engine damage as well on the landing there, so it can go very wrong on such an impact. Yeah,
it's definitely knocked the car out of shape. It's certainly not the shape it's meant to be at the moment, but they're carrying on. Rob Tyson and Hendrik van der Perre are getting closer and closer together here. I think Rob might have had a bit of an issue, or maybe just a bad run off the previous corner. But Hendrik van der Perre is right behind there, you can see, in the Stage 1 racing machine. And the G-Drive car actually under pressure for once, and he's got the BMS car slowing him down in front. That Audi has been in a couple of people's way at the moment. The Stage 1 car tries to go down the inside, and he's also got the Radical in there as well. That's Cedric Wouters in the Traxxas car, and behind him is Lorenz Kuipers in the Stasis car and the Schumacher replica lid. Love that. Bit of damage on that car still, and to be fair, we've not seen that car without any damage on it before now, have we really? It's had a couple of issues. Gus Gunter's been off track for a moment, but he's come back on pretty much straight away. But EF Van Genegden still in this chase in the Porsche Cup class, and then that other battle going on as well. It's always the best class to see, usually. We've got Bart de Vos as well behind Martin Kerf, so these guys don't care. There's just over half an hour of this race to go. They're just going for it everywhere, and these battles are opening up more and more.
Seems you're right, Chaz. I think it's really coming together. A lot of places in the field now with the final pit stops, more and more teams having gotten them out of the way. It means those small splits here and there in the field are coming together as a result of it, and I think we're going to be left with some very good stuff here in the final half hour, with a lot of classes that are far from decided yet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen how many laps it can take for these battles to develop and go on and off.
I'm sorry, Chaz, but I think Van Genegden got back or passed on Kevin Corsius up in front.
He has, and he's going to do it down the inside into the chicane. Late on the brakes goes Van Genekten, and it's going to be a textbook move. Corsius gives him the room as well and just thinks maybe I can come back at him, but textbook stuff there for the Vapor Shop RDR car. Now that means, don't forget, that they are now third in class. I'll start splitting these down by the left-hand side, by the way, so you can all see. So if you look at the timing tower, that's the Porsche Cup class at the moment. Boudou and Kuster leading the way in the number 39 machine. We'll give you the gaps as well, actually. The overall intervals, actually. Here you go. So you can see the gap between these cars. I know it moves around a lot. Please do forgive me. But you can see some of them within a second of each other. Hendrik van der Perre behind Rob Tyson. In the Radicals, it's a bit more spaced out, to say the least. Smallest gap, 3 seconds with Janssens and Delneuse. And then we go to... Kevin Lemons, there you go. I was just about to click on him, and he comes into the pits. So we've got to keep our eye on this with Claessens now. I'm going to move the gap away because for some reason when you're in the pits, it does it in kilometres rather than time. We do have stop and goes. Yes, Bram Reniers makes a good point. Stop and go penalties for incidents are a thing in this race. So we'll see whether that happens. So here is your current class leader, and here is Tim Claessens round the latter half of the lap. We'll be finding out very, very soon how close this is. So into the last few corners then for Tim Claessens. What do you reckon? Are we going to see Tim go through? I think it might easily happen here, but Jeroen Vatlet's in the car now, and Jeroen's been very quick for Scuderia.
He certainly has. I do think, however, that Tim Claessens is going to retake the lead. Although it mightn't be by that much, actually.
Oh, he's actually coming out of the pit lane now. He's actually started moving.
Because, mind you, there's not that long left, and just over half an hour in a GT4 that came in, it's about a third of a tank. Well, that's going to be a short stop, and so it is. So is he? Oh, that's going to be very close indeed. He's going to...
I think he's managed to just...
pit exit.
He's just done it, because the wider run around the outside of that pit exit not playing into the favours there, and of course Ayrton Redant gets through. That's for position, but there is the Torque Freak Racing GT4 car, so he's not too far ahead, because once he goes past, we'll look back, there is Jeroen Vatlet. So still, it's going to be very, very close to the end if Jeroen can make the most of these tyres, get the grip out of the car and really go for it. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Rob Tyson is still having this battle with Van der Perre, and he is there very, very close in the mucky car. I love the fact that the cars get dirt on them. It's brilliant. Tommy Rouse saying, I get a lot of compliments about the stream. It looks like the real race is back in the days on Eurosport, they say. Great job. Thank you very much, Tommy, and well done on your stint as well, mate. The guys at EMG have done an absolutely awesome, awesome performance all throughout this season. You should be very proud of that. But Hendrik van der Perre, though, as the light fades here, Hasse, well, I'm sure his headlights won't when they come on.
Be coming on soon indeed, and I think conditions not exactly as clear as beautiful as we had them last week, but we are going to be seeing a beautiful sunset yet again here in the Flemish skies as we're on board with Hendrik van der Perre, and bit of a miss there from the on the apex of from the 15 car, and that might just allow for a run up the inside for van der Perre here, coming down towards the Jackie X chicane. That's not going to be there. Aggressive defending, I want to say, from Thiessen. Yeah,
he did a good job of blocking that one off there. He knew the move was coming, so he just thought, no, I'm going to stick the car on that side over there for you. And he's going to look down the inside into turn one. Lights flashing all over the place in the background, and that behind them actually is the battle for the lead in this class as well. That's Boudou and Kuster down the inside of the number 19 GT4 car. That's Maxime van den Hove in the Heli ABK car, and then here is Elon Bochor in the Allied Racing Esports machine. So it's close, close, close between all these Porsches. That's the battle for first and second, and this is the battle for sixth and seventh, which is a little bit more feisty at the moment between these guys. And I tell you what, Hendrik is trying to find every single way past Rob Tyson. He can't quite do it at the moment, but it's got to surely be a case of when, not if.
If he keeps up at this current rate, I think you're right, but the thing is that front end damage might impede him enough on the straight line performance of the car that it just makes it that little bit more difficult for him to get a run on the G-Drive car ahead. He is, though, really keeping up, and it seems to be... seems to me that he will get past as well, yeah, I think. Let's see.
Yeah, he's just got to try and get a good run into a vital braking zone and just get the job done on the brakes. The gap for the lead in class is 7/10 of a second, by the way. I'm going to keep my eye on that as well. But we need to stay on board here. You've got the class leader in TCR, Bram van Putten, in the G-Drive Racing Exemia car just ahead. We've got some of the radicals in the pits. That's Johan Sarzinski and Kobe Klaas. They're 2nd and 5th in class. Bram staying way out of the way of these Porsches. He's saying, "I'm not getting involved, boys. Flipping out, you lot are mad. I'm just gonna carry on going around in my Audi and enjoy myself." Rudolf Nagel's gone up into 2nd place overall, by the way. He's just behind these guys, while some of the others pit behind him. Cedric Wouters in 4th place. Kobe Klaas just coming out the pit lane. He's dropped down. But we do have to stick with this battle because it's so exciting, and this chase is what we love to watch. The battle is opening up a little bit, actually, in terms of the lead now. It's almost a second from Elon Bockhoff to Boudewijn Kuster. The other way around, obviously. But this is just... Oh, Hendricks, you can see he's pushing a little bit too hard in some of the braking zones, isn't he?
Yeah, yes, he's wanting it. He's wanting it maybe a bit too much. I think if he was to just take a deep breath, focus on his exits, he would be able to get that run he needs on the man ahead. But until now, it's not really happening. But it's so easy to get focused on late braking and carrying speed into the corners when what you need to be thinking about is really trying to get the best possible exit out of the corners.
Yeah, that's it. You can go slow in, fast out when you're chasing the car in front, because if you're going to try and brake as late as possible when you're going into there, the other car's going to be in the way anyway, so you have to hinder your line to try and stay with them on the brakes. So there's no point doing that. You may as well just try and brake safely, make sure you get the car turned in and get the run on the exit. And at the moment, Hendrick he's getting close, but not close enough. That's the thing. It's I mean, we're both absolutely massive Murray Walker fans, and we both know his wonderful famous phrase that catching is one thing and getting past is quite another, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Also, I noticed that Hendrik van der Perre is kind of... he's a little aggressive on his turn-in as well. As you might know, Zolder really littered with corners that requires you to apex late, and a little impatient there. It's so easy just to turn in a little bit too soon, and it just hurts your exit speed. And it might be part of the explanation as well to why he's having a tough time getting the run. Mind you, of course, the traffic isn't making it a lot easier as well. But it could be the thing that all of a sudden allows him to get on past here, as it's a bit of a TCR all up here in the chicane. They're all safely passed. I want to say that's not the case yet, but surely the drivers who've been able to keep it live for 2.5 hours, they know the task at hand, and they know how to do so and keep it running for the next 28 minutes. The final 28 minutes of the race, Chaz, it's flown by.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast it's gone by, isn't it? Really, really has. And it's been great to watch. I hope you've all enjoyed it so far as well. Don't forget, we do still have that amount of time left, though, so there's plenty to do. They're so close, though, between these guys. Honestly, the battle's never ended. Really is never ending. And when the race finally does end, I think these guys are going to go and need to lie down. I don't know how hot it is over there, but it's hot here in the UK at the moment. And if it is as hot there as it is here, I don't envy them being in this scenario at the moment, do you?
Not at all. Not at all. I think they're going to be praising the cooler, calmer evening temperatures welcome here. Because we have had, even in Denmark, 20 plus degrees Celsius. And that's it's good for this time of year. It's nice. But when you're in the rig with the big screen in front of you, probably the computer close, and mind you, sim racing is what I'd call an activity, because you are very much active when driving, and especially some of these cars, the Cup car, the Radical as well, very lively indeed. So it's a workout, and of course there's every chance that quite a number of these drivers are going to be on direct drive wheels and such, and if that's the case, then the term workout just becomes all the more true in the end.
It does indeed. And to be fair, one thing that I haven't considered before now, I mean, this has actually been one of my... I've only done a handful of broadcasts now since getting my triple screens just the other day, and I didn't account for how warm they are, honestly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them from what I've seen from from a search online, but LG monitors, from what I found, get very warm, and when you've got 3 of them, quite large monitors staring at you at all different angles, it does get hot in this room, let me tell you that. But this is Cedric Wouters who we're looking at the moment, and you can see in the bottom left of your screen, he did a 1:24.593 just a lap or so ago. We've just had it in the chat as well from CCS NYTB, there's no easier way to say that. That was half a second faster than their fastest lap before now, and the Allied car is in the pits here, actually, Hasse.
Oh, so that's gonna decide it for them.
Yeah,
and,
surely.
That's the pit stop that I was thinking, hoping perhaps that they wouldn't need, but they need it anyways. Here's Steve Clay's back on track. I'm getting it all wrong there in the 13 car. Does not look good.
They've had a rough ride, haven't they?
No. Oh, it's been a night to forget for them.
This is still going on, by the way. Rob Tyson and Hendrik van der Perre, they are inseparable at the moment. The other battle, obviously, for the race lead in that class has now dissipated completely. But this is still very much alive between these boys. Great to watch. And the TCRs as well are close. Apparently P1 and 2, but oh yeah, sorry, P2 and 3. It's Keanu Bourguignon, and here he is chasing down Jeremy Hessels for that position. This is for 26th and 27th overall, 2nd and 3rd in class.
Indeed, and that's the battle that's been going on for a long time as well between these two teams. We've seen them fight it out for, I want to say, the best part of an hour by now. They've been close there and thereabouts for a long time, and of course separated by pit stops, driver changes, and then having gotten back out. And it seems to me Keanu Bourguignon is just edging in ever so slightly. He's been picking up on the gap to Jeremy Hessels in front, and that's in spite of the talents of Jeremy Hessels indeed. So good stuff from Keanu as well, and nice to see such a battle, not only for positions, but for top running positions in the class as well at this point of the race.
Yeah, very pivotal positions, because if they do try it too hard, obviously in these last sort of half hour, or last, well, it's 25 minutes now, then they could easily throw away a podium with a mistake here or an over-ambitious move through traffic, so got to still play it safe at this point in the race as well. Just looking at Rudolf Nagel as well, and this is a team that's really pushed so hard towards this last part of the race. They've got Johan Sarzinski behind them, 19 seconds, nearly 20 seconds behind now in the Dillahay Racing TX3 car. But the SimRC Club Sport machine, it's been consistent throughout this season. I've just been asked for a link in the live timing. Yeah, just give me 1 second, my friend. I will bang that over to you now. That's the Heli Racing guys on YouTube. There you go. And oh, go on.
I'm sorry, Tim Claessens has crashed. And if that is so, that's huge.
Oh, is he going to get in with the class leader in the Porsche Cup? He is. There's contact between the two class leaders. And around he goes. He's going to spin it again. Nicely done. And the Flemish car just going past there. That was Hans Polman's 3rd place in class, but luckily a lap down. Tim Claessens still holds the lead, but it's only 2.9 seconds now, because there is your own Vatlet. That's thrown it wide open.
Saw it on the event viewer there that I said, oh, he crashed, and I thought, oh no, if it's a serious, some kind of a car in the wall incident, it would have been huge, but does well just to keep it at a spin and to keep the car in the lead as well. Was very swift about getting it back running, and good style points for that turnaround.
Oh yeah, definitely indeed. What else can we say about these pair? Honestly, they're still battling, and the thing is, the gap isn't actually opening up or closing up that much. They're staying within a second of each other consistently. We've still got Keanu Bourguignon as well chasing Jeremy Hessels in the TCR class a bit further down. Here they are. It's a bit more calm in the TCR cars, but you still have to really be careful about your manoeuvres, don't you? You can't just go in and absolutely send it everywhere.
No, not at all. And I also think that once we have the door-to-door action, these are the best cars to have it in, because they can actually take a bit of nudging, a bit of argy-bargy, as good old Murray would say it. It's and And it's I think you're so right in what you called earlier on as well, Chaz, with the TCR cars, because the racing they're providing us with is just amazing indeed. And I have heard rumors about a certain Master TCR car on its way to iRacing. And yeah, exactly. That's what I thought as well. Ooh. That's interesting.
It's a pretty car.
Hoping for that to be soon, because that would really liven up the class as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've all said it from day one that we've got a front-wheel drive saloon TCR car. Obviously, there are no rear-wheel drive or four-wheel drive ones like you get in things like the British Touring Car Championship in NGTC specs, but to have a saloon and a hatchback, you know, it really opens it up. If we've got 2 saloons or 2 hatchbacks, it might be not boring, but you know what I mean. It wouldn't be as exciting. Sven Janssens has had an issue here. Going to go a bit further back. That's the De La Haye car in 3rd place, just behind them. Oh, he's actually lost it himself there. I thought there might have been contact. Hopefully he doesn't. Oh, he gets absolutely pile-drived into by the 99 car. And to be fair, he did spin it round quite quickly, and again, straight over the racing line. And I hate to say it, but I think that might be on him there in terms of the recovery. He's also had an issue after it. Look at that car, it's very broken. Oh, yeah. Really broken. That's such a shame as well. This far on, he's not even made it back to the pits yet either. And this far on in a race as well, it's such a heartbreaking thing to have happen. But we have to look away because this is still going on, and it's even closer now. Hendrik van der Perre right behind Rob Tyson, if I can even get the name right. But I just don't know how Rob can still be coping with this pressure, especially with all the traffic that they've got to deal with. And they've actually got the class leader now behind going, what are you lot doing? I know that I've got a bit of an easy ride up here, but I'd rather not get in a battle, thank you.
I think Kuster is just going to sit there nicely for as long as he wants, and just it's a no rush time-wise with less than 20 minutes to go of the race. Van der Perre with a bit of a bad run. That might be the chance for Kuster, and that actually in turn, that might be the chance for Tyson up ahead to break away now.
Well, hopefully, you've got to think at this point as well that Van der Perre might just follow Boudouin Kuster and just think, give me a slipstream, you know, just guide me along, because at the end of the day, he's the fastest car in class, and they're leading the race by quite a long shot as well. Also, a little note as well, just how pretty iRacing looks, where all the rubber gets put down on the circuit and you get all the marbles as well. It certainly does look absolutely stunning. You can even see the little skid marks in the pit lane where people have spun up the rears. Oh, a little bit of a flash there from Van der Perre. But you can see now he's not actually much slower than Kuster when he's following him. And Kuster isn't that much faster than Rob Tyson in front. The pace in this class has always been so close, hasn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very close indeed. And I was just thinking that if Van der Perre, that is, would be able to stay within a reasonably close distance, he could have an opening as Kuster goes for the pass. But
look at that on the brakes.
That's very speculative indeed, but it's those kind of opportunities that when you're in the car watching these kind of positions as it's happening, and he's just too far back. But as you see, had he been closer, that would have been a big old opening indeed, and didn't happen. And all the luck of the G-Drive number 15 car of Rob Tyson at the moment, who is defending with I was about to say with heel and toe. It's with nails and claws. I think. That's
Cedric Wouters.
Cedric Wouters, who's a long way back as well by now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's a good nearly 2 minutes off the race leader, it seems, overall, but he's managed to gradually make his way through. Wow, there's a really good run there by Van der Perre. That was beautiful. Really, really opportunistic stuff there to get past Rob Tyson. And I think that's the move done finally for him. Whether he can keep it and run away, we'll have to see. Rob is not taking that line down, though. He's saying, no. You ain't getting it that easy, sunshine. You are not getting it that easy. But it looks like he has, in all honesty. I hate to say it, Rob, but yeah. Let's have another look at that. He thinks, right, there's a bit of a slide, actually, by Rob on the inside, wasn't there? They almost made contact on the exit as well, actually. Let's just take another look at it from the chopper cam. I don't think Rob expected him to be there, and then so close to that wall. So close to that wall. We have also had a switch around in the TCRs. Keanu Bourguignon, it's just at the same moment that happened, actually. Keanu Bourguignon did pass Jeremy Hessels. Nice bit of a cutback there around the right-hander. Whoa, they have a bit of a touch as well. Just for good luck, he makes it a braille pass as he goes down on the right-hand side. Onto the brakes. Still side-by-side into the chicane. Bourguignon cuts across him and says no. Closes the door. Defiant. And that is the position to Keanu Bourguignon and Flemish Simsports. Still only 0.4 of a second between them then. Oh, there was a bit of a wiggle there from Elon Bokor, trying to get past the GT4 car. He's having a bit of trouble here. That's the number 19 car of Maxim van den Hove in Heli ABK. Tim Claeson's still leading that class in GT4. I'm trying to get the class to show at the top of the screen for you, everybody, but it seems to have, well, doesn't want to at the moment, I'm afraid. We did have it on earlier on, but yeah, if you bear with me 2 seconds, I'll just reload the overlay for you and see whether we can get it to come down on the screen. Bear with me. There you go.
There it is.
There it is, and typically, as I've done, we can't even read the class leaders, so we'll just get rid of that. But there you go. So, still going on with it here is the Dealer Hay car down the inside, the number 42. It looks relatively... Oh, commentator's curse, calm down. It looks like it's not the cleanest of machines at the front. There's a little dent here and there, but the rest of it's pretty untouched at the moment.
They've done a good job of keeping it alive. Might have taken advantage of that fast repair at a late stage. The last pit stop here saying, okay, we're going to see what we can get out of the car for the final stint. The 42 machine here, Johan Sasinski, who's put in a very I think it's a very similar performance to what we saw last week, but there's just been a bit less to gain from it.
Yeah, it's about weighing up the risk against the return, isn't it, really? You have to be very, very careful with it.
Yeah, indeed. And I think they were good at it last week. I think they've been good at it as well this week. But and of course, a podium place is never a bad result to reap as well. So I'm going to be hoping to be able to just keep it going for the last 14 minutes of this race now. We're really towards the pointy end of affairs. And any scores still opening out there needing settling, well, it's now. It's now or never, guys. So get to it.
Very true. Very true. So we'll just have a quick look at your leaders then. Fabrice Cornelis started on pole position in the Simtag racing car, and they lead the way at the moment with Rudolf Nagel in second place and Johan Starzinski, who we were just looking at a moment ago, in third. Budwin Kuster leading in the Porsche Cup Class 3 MG Motorsport with Elon Bokor in second. EF Van Genexen is third in the Vapor Shop RDR car. He's now 25 seconds ahead of Kevin Corsius. Just shows how incredibly fast he has been. Tim Claeson's leads GT4, 3.8 seconds ahead of Jeroen Vatlet, so that fight is still pretty much going on. One mistake there could change that for the class leader. Then we have Bram van Putten leading for G-Drive Racing Exemia by 1.5 minutes over Keanu Bourguignon, just going around turn 1. So there's your race leader, and there is second place. That's turn 2. So he's really flying. Jeremy Hessel's only 1.3 seconds back, so it's not like he's completely cleared him at this point. We've just had a 24.2 by Cornelis. That's just 1/10 of a second, half a tenth of a second off the fastest lap of the race. So, and he was 3 seconds quicker than Rudolf Nagel on that last lap. That's absolutely insane pace. Obviously, yeah, traffic could have come into that, very much so. But even still, to have that difference, it's always nice to see. Bourguignon, though, he's got to think about Hessels in the background here, though, hasn't he, Hasse? Because you may think, oh, we've not got that long left, just over 10 minutes to go now. But anything can change in these races so late on, as we've seen.
That's very true, but I think he's done very well to just create that initial buffer down to Jeremy Hessel's behind after the pass got made. And I'm not going to say too much, because if I say too much, it's going to be, Jeremy Hessel's just going to devour the gap right back up. But I think that is just what he needs. Just that little bit of breathing space there. I'm talking about breathing space. Really isn't a lot of it here. And that's the Red Ant car. We've all come to know it by now, I'm afraid. And I think you said it earlier as well, Chaz, but for all the wrong reasons.
He was lucky because he went between two of the cars there. No one else got involved. He's on the brakes. And to be fair, he stays out of the way at this point, but he just lights it up. Oh, no, he actually does get a touch, sorry. I thought he just lit the rears up and then it spun around, but he did actually get a hit. I think it was the Pro Oils car that just gave him a little love tap there in 35th place. And we do have two BMS Motorsport cars out there, actually. Mike Goossens at the moment. I think it was down as BMS Motorsport 2 or something earlier. And then Olivier Bultink in the other car, number 30. They're 33rd and 34th in the race at the moment overall. But so far, I mean, we don't want to sort of blow his horn too much, but Fabrice Cornelis has really shown it, and especially his teammate. I mean, Fabrice is the name that we see at the start and the finish of the race, and he takes all the glory, but his teammate Thomas Stockmans as well, he's put in just as good a stint, and the pair of them together are an absolute dream team in this Radical, aren't they?
Yeah, an absolute force to be reckoned with, and I've shown that now for the... It's not even going to be the second, it's actually going to be the third race consecutively. Absolutely dominating. Here is Dennis Lukes.
Oh, that looks like a mistake to me. He's gone flying off at the chicane. That gravel doesn't seem too deep, though. The Radical tends to do a good Paris-Dakar impression as he gets off there, but he's lost a couple of places now, and he's 1.3 seconds behind Kobe Klaas, the car.
Oh, and look at that. That's
beautiful.
Badlet's in the pit in the GT4, second place GT4 car at the moment. He's exiting it.
Yeah, is he going to lose? He's not going to lose any time. Hans Polmans is nearly 2 minutes behind these guys. So much of a gap. And that just shows you how much it can develop over the course of a race, doesn't it? I mean, oh, Kobe Klaas, we just mentioned him. Yeah, he went off track. That's the Chaz curse coming in, everybody. Let's have a look. Oh, that's a proper off as well. And that's going to lose you a place. Well, I was just saying how nice the sunset was, and he was driving off into it, but yeah, he's put it into the wall there, unfortunately.
It's literally driving off into the sunset.
Yeah.
He was going in the direction of the sun there. Could be that he's hurt the front suspension, the car doing that. But mind you, it seems it's not been the first knock to the front end of that Radical.
No, that's true.
Some of those cars been in for some rough treatments tonight.
There's been a change of position here, by the way. Gregory Franks has caught Kevin Corsius very quickly. And he's gone down the inside before the Villeneuve chicane. And to be fair, I mean, hats off to Kevin Corsius and the guys. They're playing this very safe at the moment and just going after the points. Because they're not fighting everything too hard. And if there is a car that's considerably quicker than them, they're not letting them through as such. But they're not putting up too much of a fight and sort of making an issue out of it, are they? They're just... It's all about playing safe. I can't say it enough. Let's have a look. Was the red thing under the Radical? Let's have a look. Let's go back, actually. That's a good spot. I think it wasn't Steph Del News, was it? Or was it? Yeah, there is something under that car, actually. If you have it open on quite a large screen, you can see there is definitely something... Fair play. Bram, what a spot, mate. There is definitely something underneath that Radical. What's the next car on track in front of him there? Okay, so Vapor Shop Porsche. Let's just very quickly go on board with it. See if you can see something under this Radical. Honestly, Bram, I owe you a beer for that. What a fantastic spot. Let's just see when it comes through. Inevitably it will do. We're into the last few minutes, by the way. We've got 7 minutes of the race to go. Is there a Radical going to appear somewhere? No? No? Okay. Maybe now? Yeah, he gets out of the way. There's going to be a Radical come through. Just keep your eyes peeled. Oh, it's in the mirror as well. That's a great shot. You can see it side by side down the straight. Can you see it from the back? No, can't quite see it from there, unfortunately, so that was a waste of everybody's time. Apologies. We'll see, though. When it goes to one of these lower camera angles, you might be able to have a look. There's definitely...
And there is something in between the front wheels. I saw it there from the brake duct, from the back of it as well. Could be a cone. Is there cones at Zolder? I don't remember. I think there might be. Is there something...
there might be some on the inside of the pit lane entry, maybe.
Yeah.
Is there?
I mean, it's not the first time I've seen cars eat cones in iRacing, and the results are rarely good as well.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing as well is, I mean, it happens at Monza with some of the foam blocks, and it actually does slow the car down as well. And it's one of the sort of lesser talked about things in iRacing, but I've been in a situation where I've lost a lot of speed from having one of the foam blocks under the car, and provided on what your graphics card's set to, or what your graphics are set to, sorry, you can actually sometimes see sparks from it as well. So fair play for them to modelling that in, but yeah, that car definitely has some. Yeah, you can see it there now. Surely something definitely underneath that. It might have been from the pit entrance, or if he's been in an incident, because the car is damaged. So we've established that. There is a battle still going on in the TCR, though. Don't forget, guys. We have Keanu Bourguignon just ahead of Jeremy Hessels, who's trying to negotiate his way out of the way of the traffic, but up to the back of Keanu Bourguignon. And that's easier said than done, isn't it? The shot, by the way, with the sun in front of us there, absolutely beautiful.
It really is. It really is so pretty. And that's the the American car chase line through that chicane there for Jeremy Hessels, who's actually done a very good job of not letting the gap up to Keanu Bourguignon actually become to existence. And I just got speechless for a moment, because he just took out that second's worth of gap in a single braking zone, more or less. So just goes to show how quickly things can change. And for the last 5 minutes of this race, this battle, I think, is going absolutely nowhere. Yeah,
it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing that they do keep it so close after all this time. And that's why we love this sort of racing. It's just amazing. We've got Igor saying TCR P2 and 3. Yeah, we're on board with them, mate. This is what we're looking at. Don't you worry, mate. We've had them on our radar. Incredible battle. And Jeremy Hessels, I know that he's not someone to shy away from a move either. He likes a good fight. So I'm hoping that we can see some proper balls to the wall stuff. Let's just go on board for a second, because this shot round turns 2 and 3 with the sun just in front here is wonderful, wonderful stuff. Just shows you how pretty iRacing can be. Look at that there. Gorgeous as it pans around as well. The sun just blips through the other side of the windscreen as they turn in. Great stuff. Great to see. So, with just over 3.5 minutes left to go then, here is your race leader, Fabrice Cornelis. We'll go on board with him for a moment and just take in the pace of this car and the utter domination of these guys over the course of this championship so far, and the fact that they not only are leading this championship and this race, and they won at Spa after seeming to not be in a position to win it, it's the fact that they won the test event here as well, the original Virtual Belcar race that we did just a couple of weeks before.
When putting together such a string of results, I think that's the ultimate sign of approval, that you really have that little bit extra than the rest of the competitors. And at this level, which all the way around the radical field itself is so high, that just makes it even more impressive to see one team just being able to stand out. So fair play to the Simtech team, who's been, to put it mildly, they've been dominant here tonight. There hasn't really been any doubt at any point about where they were going with this, and they've made sure to keep it all within their own powers as well. They've been wise, they've been calm in traffic, and they've dealt with it well, and it's been well deserved so far. 2 minutes left to do, and I think it's not too early to start saying that. Let's just say they're probably going to make it to the line.
I imagine they've got the champagne out. Sven Janssens has had a severe issue. Actually, he's been in the pits for a while. Sorry, it's since that incident earlier, wasn't it? It's just that a lot of guys are now starting to overtake them while they're sat in the pits, so they're going down the order gradually. I tell you what, Bram has actually given us the info. He says, I've checked in game, it's not a cone, it's the seatbelt sticking through the floor. You can see it with their car because it's red, the others are mostly black. So there you go. And if you think about it, you can look under that car and you see a little blip just on the floor. Just wait for it to go over a curb and you'll see it hanging off the bottom of the car. There it is. Yeah, that's strange, to say the least, but okay. Like I've put in the chat, it's very secure. It's not going anywhere, is it? Unless you wonder about your seatbelt wearing away over the course of a race with a radical being that low down. We'll have to we'll have to consider it now. Every time someone hits a curb over the season, we'll be like, oh, I hope he hasn't damaged his seatbelt. So
seatbelt damage, that's going to be the new thing, yeah.
Yeah, imagine
irreparable.
that. You have to pit in the race to repair your seatbelt. I suppose safety first, so whether that uses a fast repair or not, I'm not sure. But yeah, you can definitely see it in that car. But I tell you what though, Bram, that was a really, really good spot, mate. Very well done. This, though, is going to become the final lap now for Fabrice Cornelis.
I'm sorry, Chaz, but Jeremy Hessel's just entered the pit lane.
Oh no! Oh, he's not good enough to go to the end.
I think they're gonna need fuel for 1 or 2 more laps. Oh.
No, that's just absolute heartbreak for them. Hopefully he can hold on. He's not as well. Attila Sipos has come through already in the Simtag car, and he's got 15 seconds on him as well, and that's the last lap of a 3-hour race. And a podium goes like, whoa, it's Fabrice is saying, I've got this. Oh, it's his teammate as well, isn't it? The Simtag car behind him. They're having a bit of fun. He's weaving the car around. He's saying, we got this, boys. Do not worry. Do not worry. But that's such a shame, though, for Jeremy Hessels having to pit there at the end. It's so easy to calculate it wrong. Or could it have been a drive-through? Anton Dupan says, yeah, incidents, he thinks. Maybe not fuel. I didn't consider that.
Yeah, it's only 15 incidents before they get a drive-through, so it's they have to keep it clean in that sense. And
it was a stop and go, apparently. Sven says.
Oh,
what a nightmare. Well, everybody, I know I make it a thing in Simracersworld broadcasts, but please do put a hell of a lot. There's 224 of you in here. I want an absolute tirade of clap emojis, because Fabrice Cornelis and Thomas Stockmans for Simtag Racing win round 2 of the Virtual Belcar eSeries. The champion Lubricants, 3 hours of Circuit Zolder goes to them. And what an incredible performance, because if we look back at Rudolf Nagel here in second place, they are 2 minutes back. Although just ahead of them, Tim Claessens is about to come round the final corner and take the win in GT4 for Torque Freak Racing GT4. What a great performance by them. And Bram van Putten as well, actually, has already won the TCR class ahead of this for G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR. Very well done to those guys. And here we go into the final corner for Boudewijn Kuster in the Porsche Cup class as well. They're going to be over the moon with that. Round the final corner they go, weaving over the line, flashing the lights. Very well deserved. Clap emojis all over the place, please, everybody. You're very deserving class winners. What a fantastic race we've had once again here, Hasse. It's just the beautiful scenery as well now with the sun going. Now the track is absolutely glowing orange. It looks amazing. But a very successful round for the championship, and of course, more championship points for Fabrice Cornelis and the Simtag team.
It really is, and it's been, I think it's incredible to see just the ability of the Belcar eSeries to make 3 hours pass away like this. And it's,
for sure,
it's happened yet again here. It's been so entertaining, I think. Such a good race, such an amount of on-track action that really is what both we and I think you viewers out there want to see in the end. Really, really good racing. A couple of nasty incidents in the end. That's Attila who gets it a bit wrong with the celebrations there. But
look at this by Fabrice, just launching the car around. Absolutely.
It takes a fair bit of control to do that with a radical, I can tell you.
Oh god, yeah. I'm hoping that he puts it on the pit straight and does some donuts. Yeah, go on, Fabrice. Yes. He knows what we want to see. Porsche Sport say, great race, great comms. Thank you very much, Porsche Sport. I know that, is that you, Luke? If that you, mate? If so, thank you very much, buddy. I mean, thanks to anyone, whoever puts the comments. We've got the Porsches in front as well. Fabrice is going to chuck the car out of the way. He's trying to get it to do donuts. There it is. There are the donuts, everybody, in the Radical. And it's just about time then that we bring up the results for you then by class. There you go. Simtag Racing win this once again in the number 2 machine. Sim RC Club Sport, though, second place. That's a really good result for them as well. That keeps their championship fight alive, with De La Haye Racing team by TX3 in third position. Then it's Traxxas by J&V Services in fourth. GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. I love these team names. Fifth place for them. Fast Racing team in the number 7 car in sixth, with Dynamics Racing Optica in 7th. Stasis finished in 8th, not quite where they'd wanted to be, but at least this time they actually finished the race after a bit of an unlucky time at Spa. And what's Fabrice done there? Is he trying to find... Is he going to go and disappear? Oh, he thought he could get through the invisible wall in the background there. Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing finishing 9th with Scott by SimRC. Unfortunately, 64 laps down in the end. And now the beautiful, well, I'll say beautiful, Hasse Rømer will take you through the Porsche class.
Yeah, just you wait until you actually see my picture, Chaz. But it's EMG Motorsports winning the Porsche Cup class with quite a margin in front of a really fighting Allied Racing Esports Belcar with well to finish 2nd. Vaporshop RDR Motorsports in 3rd in front of Pro Assist Sim Racing with Gregory Franks doing a really good job there on the final stint. In 4th, Sky Limit Race Team 5th, Stage 1 Racing Belcar finishing 6th. G-Drive that's the 15 car, G-Drive Racing Eximia in 7th. Dynamics Racing Blue finishing 8th. Red Ant Racing in 9th place. G-Drive Racing Eximia, that's the number 13 car, who was very unlucky as well. 23 laps down in 10th place. JJ Motorsports in 11th, 63 laps down. And Heron Sports there, the number 63 car, I don't think we saw a lot of it. 117 laps down in the end.
Yeah, it's such a shame that it can go that way in these races, but you know, that's the beauty of endurance racing. We now look to the GT4 class. Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot take a great win in that one with Scuderia Sim Racing 2nd place. Really, really good performance for them. I was very impressed by that because at the end of the day they had a bit of a nasty time at Spa, but they've pulled it back here and done a good, cracking job. Flemish Sim Sports GT4 finishing 3rd with Heli ABK in 4th place with Allied Racing Esports Belgium in 5th. Track Velocity Racing, my mate Brian Crowell's in that team, finishing in 6th with Dynamics Belcar Green in 7th. Then it's 5 to 8 in position 8. Ola Lulu Racing in 9th with PG Motorsport 10th. And then Stage 1 Racing Mazda Cup. Love the name, really do. 92 laps down, unfortunately. And that leaves us with the TCR class.
Yeah, the slowest class isn't by any means the slowest action. We've seen so much good TCR action, and it all ended up with a very, very well driven win from the G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR car, the number 17 machine, winning by a lap over Flemish Sim Sports TCR, Simtech Racing in 3rd, Dynamics Simulators Red in 4th place with Graphit Racing TCR in 5th, Pro Oils Motorsports Belgium in 6th place. And then in 7th and 8th, the 2 BMS Motorsports car with the final Pro Oils Motorsport machine, the number 32 car in 9th place.
Beautiful stuff. Now, what I'm going to do here is my PC is going to have an absolute fit while it goes really far back in the race. And what we will do is bring in some of our winners then. So, the first person that we should really speak to is our overall race winner and class winner in the Radicals. Fabrice Cornelis joins us. Fabrice, another what looked like an easy race for you boys around Zolder there. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, easy. It's never easy with that many cars on track. Like you guys saw, we had 1 point, almost at a crash. We had to use our fast repair. But yeah, for the rest, everything went good, I think. And yeah, not a lot to say, I think. Just I had a lot of fun in all the traffic.
And in terms of your championship, obviously it couldn't have got off to a better start, really. I mean, as things stand at the moment, you guys are top of the pile and have been since the get-go. I mean, you even won the test race here as well. Who is it that you think would, out of all of them below you, who is it, I should say, that you think is going to be the first one to grab a win other than yourselves? Do you have any picks for that?
Ooh, that's a difficult one. The team of Ugo is very quick, Ugo de Wilde, so that's, I always forget the name. Yeah, the Dale racing team by TX3.
Yeah.
I think that one will be the biggest contenders, but yeah, we need to see. Next race I might not be there because of the 24 hours on iFactor 2. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I need to see how we will do that and yeah, try to find a solution.
Well, I hope that you can be there because it's been absolutely brilliant to watch you so far. I mean, me and Hasse have absolutely loved it. Your teammate as well, Thomas Stockmans, he's been really, really good at those middle stints, hasn't he? He's been absolutely flying, and once he gets in the car, it's not like the foot comes off the gas, does it? It just, you guys keep such a good pace, don't you?
Yeah, Thomas is like, he's a guy who I can really trust on, and he's like a guy I know when I put him in the car, he's just gonna bring it home safe. I mean, this time he didn't do it because, yeah, it wasn't his fault. I don't know if you guys saw the crash, but
Yeah.
it wasn't his fault at all. But I just know I can trust him in everything, and he can drive very consistent laps, and that's what I need. I can try to make the gap, and he just needs to hold it. And he did a very good job because he even made it a bigger gap when I took over.
Yeah, well, it's good to have a teammate like that you can trust in, because, I mean, as you can imagine, I've seen a lot of endurance races and endurance leagues before where you'll see a team and they'll have a very, very quick driver, and then the other driver will be about maybe a second, even 2 seconds slower in terms of pace, and it can make and break a race because it puts you in a different situation to what it would be if you had your faster driver in. Between the two of you, we don't really see much difference in pace though, so when you go out there and you're obviously confident in your performance, do you pretty much think that a win is guaranteed as long as you stay out of trouble?
Yes, that you say it at the end, as long as you stay out of trouble, because that's not easy with that many cars on track. Like, not everyone has so much experience in sim racing and be so predictable. So it was just like, I think after 1 hour we just knew if we kept out of problem it was gonna be a win. But that's the thing, you need to keep out of problems, and it's not easy. You also see it in Belcar in real life. Like, the race can go very crazy, and it's the same here with all the cars on track. You need to be careful all the time and really put attention into everyone.
Well, I'm sure that no matter where we go, you'll be successful in it, because it's been an absolutely awesome watch, mate. Really, really has. In 2 weeks' time, then, we go to the next round of the championship. I'm just literally opening up YouTube now just to check where the next one was, because it turns out that in my calendar, because I'm so amazingly organised, I got the wrong one. We've got the 3 hours of Le Mans in 2 weeks' time. What do you think of racing around there? Is that a track you enjoy?
Yes, I enjoy it. Like I said, I have the 24 hours, like exactly the same, the same weekend. So it's gonna be interesting doing the one on iFactor 2 and then the Belcar race. But I will try to be there. I think maybe we will drive with 3 guys and bring Koen Kloppen on board with us. So yeah, we need to see that. And Koen already started working on the setup, so it's gonna be a great one, I'm sure.
Just as well, because I think I know Koen's name as well. Is he Afterburner on YouTube?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
I mean, he stopped with YouTube, but yeah, he's Afterburner.
Yeah, I was going to say I've been a massive fan of his for a long time, so it'd be great to see him in the car and getting the laps in. So I imagine if you boys have got him on board, he must be rapid as well.
Yeah, he's like, I know Koen for like, I think 4 years already since I started sim racing. He's been my teammate in a few past teams already, so he's just a good friend. And it's great that we can drive this series with friends. It doesn't always need to be the international feeling, you know, but with all the best drivers of the world, it's great for me to also be in here and share the car with like very good friends of me.
Yeah, well, that always adds to the experience. Well, very well done again on another successful day, and of course, pass our congrats on to Thomas as well. Just before we let you go though, Fabrice, is there anyone you'd like to give a thanks to?
Yeah, of course. Like, first of all, the sponsors, SimTech, Hankook, Skylimit Events, Brazen, and I think there are a few more, which I don't really remember. And yeah, of course, my teammate, Thomas, who did a great job. And then Andy Ronald for organizing this amazing championship. It's been a pleasure doing this. And then, of course, you guys for the broadcast. I'm gonna watch it back again. I probably won't sleep tonight.
Well, that's commitment, mate. I really appreciate that. But thank you as always, Fabrice. Well done, and we'll let you go and enjoy the moment, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Brilliant stuff there to speak to the race winner there overall. And Hasse, we will bring you in now, mate, to chat with our class winner in the Porsche Cup class. Boudewijn Kuster from EMG Motorsport joins us in the booth. And I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Hasse Rømer, my friend.
Ja, beautiful win, or in native tongue, wat voor een mooie overwinning. But let's keep it in English. That race, you made it look almost easy, was it?
No, not at all. First, I want to thank my teammate Tommy for an awesome job together with our engineer Miguel from Hero Motorsports. It wasn't an easy race because we had a great pressure from the guys from Allied, but it was sad to see them crashing. But from there on, we just kept doing our thing and just giving the maximum we could.
And a second consecutive win for you and your team, EMG Motorsports. It seems you're on a very good charge in the championship standings. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, after the first round of Zolder, I decided to team up with Tommy, and together with Miguel, our engineer, and I think we're an awesome team, pretty strong, and that showed our. That's why we won Spa last week and today again. So yeah, very strong, I think.
And coming into Le Mans, are you expecting the same kind of performance, or are you expecting other teams to be up in the mix?
I think we will be able to do the same thing, but of course we will have to see what our fellow competitors will be able to do. But I hope so, and I think we will be.
That's good to hear about it. And in the end, I want to say veel success, and thanks for coming in here. Before you leave, is there anything or anyone you'd like to shout out?
Of course, thank you. I would like to thank everyone for supporting us, our friends, our family, but especially my teammate and Miguel from Hero Motorsports. And last but not least, and especially our sponsors, Porsche Center Pal for supporting us, and Bingo. So yeah, they are trying to set up a bet for the esports of Belcar. So yeah, hope to see something soon. Thank you very much, guys.
I'm going to start losing all of my money if that comes about. Honestly, I'm going to put all my money in that. I'm going to be a very poor man by the end of the series.
Just bet on AMG and you will win.
Oh, fighting talk! I love it. Smashing stuff, Adrian. Well, very well done though, mate. It was great to watch today, and we'll see you at Le Mans.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye bye.
What a great guy, and well, fighting talk there as well. I love that. That just gets everyone's blood going, doesn't it?
Indeed.
Cracking. So, next in, we will bring in our TCR class winner, the very deserving Bram van Putten for G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR. You know, that team name that rolls off the tongue. Bram, that seemed like quite an easy one for you guys. Obviously, a bit of a battle earlier on with some of your competitors on track, not making life completely easy for you in the Flemish car, but you managed to pull it home in the end. Are you surprised by that, or were you enjoying the battle and thinking, "Oh, this wasn't planned"?
Yeah, hey guys, nice to be here. Yeah, the battle in the beginning was very exciting. Yeah, managed to put in a really good qualifying lap. Qualifying was pretty tricky, so it was really hard. Yeah, pulling a gap with the other cars and yeah, finding that perfect lap. So. In the end, on the last lap, I managed to set a really good qualifying lap. And in the race, I think the Simtech racing team was on a bit of a different strategy than us. So they took a bit less fuel at the start, so they were quite a bit quicker, I think. And yeah, that paid off for us because our pit stops were much shorter. So I think that's yeah, why we won today.
Yeah, it seemed like every single stint you guys were just opening the gap more and more, and eventually, obviously, with a couple of little battles and incidents going on behind you, it seemed like quite an easy drive to the end. How was the car towards the end of the race? Because I know that these TCR cars, they're not friendly with tyres, but I know that they can be manageable at points. Did you have it in a situation where the car was easy to drive, or was it starting to get away a little bit?
Yeah, the car was really good. We had a really good setup from the test race 4 weeks ago, I think. So we used the same setup. So we already had a really good car. So the whole race, the car was feeling excellent. So that was great.
Well, it certainly looked planted as well. I mean, we were saying early on about the body language of the car. You can really tell in a TCR car when it's on rails and when someone's really driving it. But you guys just seem to have it. It was very stable. It just looked really calm in terms of your approach to it. When you were driving it, were you calm in the car, or was it a bit of a sort of high heart rate and a bit chaotic in there?
Now, in the first few laps, it was definitely a bit chaotic, and we had quite a bit, yeah, of yeah. Our heart rate was quite high.
Yeah.
But after a couple of laps, and the second and the third stint, we took it very easy. Because yeah, the traffic, you need to take it easy. If you yeah, are pushing every lap, yeah, that won't end very well with the traffic. So we took it easy in the second and third stint.
Well, it certainly worked for you, Bram. It was great to see you get the win. Just before we let you go, though, buddy, is there anyone you would like to give thanks out or shout out to? Sorry, I should say.
Yeah, thanks to you guys for broadcasting the event. Thanks for the organizers for organizing this great series. Thanks to Ben Tains as well, of course, my teammate, for driving a very well stint. And thanks to my whole team, G-Drive Racing Exibia.
Smashing. Well, very well done, Bram. Good to see you again, and we will see you next time round at Le Mans.
All right, thanks guys. See ya.
And last but not least, I realise that I dragged these guys in slightly the wrong order. We have our GT4 class winner with us from Talk Creek Racing GT4. Tim Clayson joins us in the booth. Tim, I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Hasse Rømer, but from me, mate, very well done. That was a great drive.
Thank you. Good evening, guys. Thanks for that. It was a good race.
Yeah, thanks for being here with us, Tim, and incredible performance in the end. Were you happy to see the competing? I actually don't remember what team it was, but the competing GT4 car pitting towards the end, or did you know that you had it in the back?
No, I was actually looking forward to maybe a little bit of a ding-dong battle at the end, because they were really pushing us for the entire race. We knew at the start it was going to be close, considering the lap times in qualifying and practice already. But we weren't really sure what strategy they were going for. It was a little bit off pace from what we were doing, off beat. And yeah, in the end, apparently they took a little bit too little fuel for the last stint and had to do a splash and dash there. So it was a little bit of a saving grace, but I wouldn't have minded a little battle for position there. Well, it was very close, the spin I had in the last 20 minutes, but in the end we did manage to keep the gap and won quite a lead.
It seemed a lot of drivers and teams tonight were really struggling with the traffic around Zolder here. What was your experience with it?
Well, I have to admit, it was definitely better than the first, the practice race before the championship started here. This time it was a little bit more manageable. Everyone was still using their head. And I think the strict rules from race control to keep the limit off tracks and incident limits quite low, I think really helped with that. At first, I was a little bit worried about this as well, but once you get in the race with the right mindset and you just start driving accordingly, you can have a pretty good race while still pushing and doing it cleanly. I think it really showed today that even though everyone makes time mistakes, of course, so there's maybe still quite a big skill gap between the faster and the slower drivers. Overall, I think everyone used their head quite well, and yeah, it was an enjoyable event for
Good points there. Finally, I'd like to give a shout out to that brilliant performance.
Sorry, you're picking up a little bit.
Yeah, sorry guys, there is a bit of an issue with the Discord server at the moment by the sounds of it. It's breaking up quite a lot here. Just give us 2 seconds. I'll just try and see if there's anything we can sort with that. Just see what we can do, but it seems to be breaking up quite a lot. Yeah, I'm really not sure what we can do about that, guys. We can't change the server settings in terms of where it's located. Can you hear me okay at the moment, Tim?
Yeah, you're through a little bit. It seems Discord is having a little bit of.
Yeah, it's having a bit of a moment, isn't it? Just before we go though, mate, I mean, we'll have to try and push through. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I want to thank my teammate Bram. He did a really awesome job in that middle stint, keeping it really clean. And of course, our main sponsors, our main sponsor, Carrot Drivetrain Solutions, which helping set up the car and make it go as quickly as it did.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you very much. Just as Bram said then in the chat, we should use TeamSpeak instead. It's almost as if it scared Discord into working again. So Discord worked fine in the end. Well done on your win though, Tim. It's great, really, really great to see you guys doing so well in this, and hopefully we'll see that for the rest of the season for you. But you never know. It's going to be a close one, isn't it?
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna keep pushing. We're looking forward to the week at Le Mans in 2 weeks, and we hope to put down another great performance there.
Brilliant.
Thanks for the broadcast and thanks for the interview, guys.
Not a problem. Thank you for your time. We'll speak to you again very soon.
All right. Have a good evening.
Cheers. You too. Well, Hasse, the end of another fantastic evening for us, and more brilliant racing from these guys. And plenty of action from Circuit Zolder and the Virtual Belcar series. We've been really treated with this series so far, and it continues to entertain, doesn't it?
It really does. It's been another race, just like last weekend. I think it's really had it all, and it's been, as I said, not a lot of minutes ago. It feels like it's had the ability yet again to make 3 hours just pass by as if it was nothing. So. Yeah, fantastic stuff and really good racing, really interesting with 4 classes in this multi-class setup and around track like this. I think everyone could see it coming that it was going to be interesting, but yeah, I think we haven't been disappointed at all.
Definitely. And don't forget, everybody, if you join us in 2 weeks' time, we will be here for the 3 hours of Le Mans. Same time then as well. We'll be here from 4:30 p.m. British Summer Time. And you can join me and Hasse in the box again for what is bound to be a really, really interesting round in the championship. Plenty of mistakes can be made at Le Mans and plenty of opportunity for lots and lots of slipstreaming to keep the racing nice and close. You've been watching Simracersworld TV. I've been Chaz Draycott and I've been joined by Hasse Rømer this evening. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time. Have yourselves a great evening.